that we need to know?
Yes, no homophobic or racist or hostile language of that nature.
Okay, but I can cuss like a sailor on occasion, so is that a problem?
That's true.
Just
I don't think that's
like
a problem. As
public sailor.
I just don't want to
cuss like a what? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I know that no matter how much you cuss, you're not going to cuss in a manner that is hostile to people. So.
No.
All right.
Okay. Cool.
Mild use of language.
Yeah. Also, so let me, since we're broadcasting and this will be going on YouTube, let me do a quick introduction. We are playing Epyllion here at the Contessa Online Game Convention. My name is Stephanie. I am the GM for today's game. In Epyllion, that is the Dragon Master, because Epyllion is a powered by the apocalypse game in which you play juvenile dragons. Going from left to right, James, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm James. I'm from the United Kingdom.
Okay. And you will be playing?
I will be playing the Daredevil.
All right. Sean.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be next. My name's Sean. I will be playing a shadow-tainted seer.
Okay. And Terrence?
Well, I'm Terrence, as has been mentioned. I'm going to be playing Lorian, the Soundcrafter.
And Toby?
I'm Toby. I'm going to be Sparkle, the Nature Adept.
Sparkle?
Sparkle.
Sparkle. All right. All right, so we are starting character creation. Everybody has picked their playbook, which is the character sheet for their characters. And you all have PDFs of your character sheets, so go ahead and open those up if you don't already have it open. And then on the I guess it's actually page 2 of the PDF. The PDF is printable on double sides. Your stats are charm, courage, and cunning. Each character playbook has different starting stats, and the instruction is to add 1 to one of your starting stats. So, for example, the crafter starts with charm -1,
So
courage
heart,
0, and yeah, it used to be heart. So now, I guess heart has been taken out. So now it's a little different. They've as I mentioned, this is the Dreamation version. I think we found that heart was used quite a bit in our game, but it could almost be interchanged with charm or cunning, charm or courage when we were playing. So I think that's probably why they simplified it. Yeah. So charm. So for example, the crafter is at charm -1, courage +0, and cunning +1, and then you add 1 to one of those stats. For charm to be 0, that would be the stat you could add it to, so that you wouldn't have a negative on that pile.
Okay. The playbook that I have is apparently outdated because I went from the link on the event.
Really? Because that's what I'm looking at right now. Let me make sure that the link, because I uploaded all of them to the thing. Yeah.
Okay, I got them off the Magpie.
Off of Magpie. Yeah. No, Magpie is. So I mentioned this before. Marissa Kelly, who's the author of the game, sent me updated playbooks on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine's like way outdated.
Yeah, that's why I posted links on our group chat today, because that's where they are. So yeah, sorry about that. they're not tremendously different. The big thing is the stats have changed, and also the basic moves have been streamlined quite a bit, in my opinion.
So the charm. So for Crafter, its charm is -1.
-1 for charm, courage is +0, and cunning is +1.
Okay.
Stephanie, can you explain the wounds portion of this character sheet?
Sure. So there are 2 wound dots on on your character sheet that are circled, and that's how many wounds you can take before you're taken out. Of course, your dragons, it is very hard to kill you, so I would not worry about death or anything. But and I'm not sure the warrior might actually have more than 2.
And then you get one every time you age up.
Every time you age up, and we will probably age up once during this game at the midpoint, just because I think that makes a good sense of how the game progresses. So you'll basically be able to take 2 wounds before you run into trouble. Your starting moves are on your character sheet as well. Don't fill out fellowship yet, because obviously that's gonna come into play with your other fellow characters. And of course, you should come up with a name, which, interestingly enough, there isn't a name box. Oh, there is a name box. So there are suggested names on the character sheet, or you can make up your own. There's also a look. So, for example, you could have horns. You could have scales. Your scales could be broad, or they could be kind of bumpy. You can describe your snout, your tail, your claws, and just kind of your whole body shape. But you don't have to use those for your character description for your dragon. You can pretty much just, write out like whatever you want for how your dragon looks. So go ahead and take a minute and think about that. And of course, also think about your character's name if you don't already have it. That would be James and Sean.
Okay.
Well, I'll go for Sirat.
Sirat?
Yep.
Okay. And in the Roll20, if you want to go under the little gear icon on the right-hand side, you can change your display name, and that'll update your icon in the Roll20. Now, I know that our viewers at home will not be able to see Roll20 while we're playing, I don't think. So for those, if if anything comes up that we absolutely have to show it, I'll try to describe it in excruciating detail.
Which actually kind of helps me out a little bit, because I can't necessarily see the graphics as well. So.
Exactly. Exactly. Mostly I just have like pretty pictures for the backdrop, and that's that's the extent of my preparation, because in Epyllion, as in Dungeon World and other Apocalypse World style games, a lot of the story is driven by the players. So.
Yeah.
Which makes a particular aspect of my character interesting, because my starting move means you have to potentially, at the beginning of the game, I roll and you have to tell me something about what's to come.
Yeah, I rewrote that move when we were playing with Toby's daughter. So you'll like how I rewrote it. It gives you more input into what your vision is.
Well, that works for me.
So yeah. So Sirat the Daredevil. Sean, do you have a name for your seer?
Yeah, I thought I added it. Is it not showing up?
Sliver?
Yes. There we go.
All right, and Terrence is Lorien, the Soundcrafter. Okay, cool. All right, and then usually you get to choose one move from your playbook. So, for example, the crafter has the ability to compliment someone, another dragon, on something that they have.
Okay, good. I do have that.
Yeah.
In my. Ah, okay. So you pick one of the moves that's listed in there. Okay.
Yes. There's also you. So that would let you roll cunning instead of charm for your character when you're doing a study another dragon. You can also have a bag of potential stuff. So when you search, you roll plus cunning, and on a 10 or better, you have just the thing. On a 7 to 9, it's incomplete or flawed, and on a miss, you've used it recently, but you might be able to get it back. Hold on. I just got a message from Anthony. Jing. It seems like there may be a question about the Hangout. So. Oh. The event, you can click to watch it live now. You should be able. We do have people watching live, so there is that. Okay. You have access tonight on that link. Okay. Let me get over there and send you a direct link.
Yeah, I don't know how much is different from. A lot looks similar, but or sounds like it hasn't changed all that much, but.
Right.
I don't know what has, so.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, no, I want you to be able to access it for sure. So, share. That was the problem.
Oh, here we go.
Did it work?
Yes, it did.
It should be called Epyllion Playbooks, and they're all like PB underscore whatever.
Yep, looks like it worked.
Good. I'm going to send you a link anyway on the Hangout that we had, just in case. Okay. All right. All right, where was I before I got distracted by 5 things?
I think we got to the point where we were selecting our individual moves from our move list.
Your starting moves, that's right. Yes, I was describing starting moves. And then yeah, and the crafter could also have a call upon the moons, a monument to the moons, where you imbue something that you're creating with moon magic that would be released when a certain condition is met. And then Crafty Claw lets you repair things. And I will honestly say that you probably won't need to roll that unless there's some impending danger that is.
So you would
you know,
take one of the moves, right? That's there.
Yes. So you pick one of those, and you get that in addition to your dragon trade, which is something in your medium. Which it sounds like you were picking sound, which is kind
Sound
of cool.
and yeah. Oh, they don't. Oh, they change it just to one.
No, you pick two.
Okay, yeah. Sound and instruments.
That's awesome.
We're looking at. Think about like kind of a dragon bard sort of persona.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. But with cunning rather than charm. Yep.
I noticed there's a thing on there that says colors gem color. Is that something we should select? Is there that doesn't have any description, so I'm at a loss.
Okay, so normally when you're playing in person, you have little squashed marble gems to hand to each other as your friendship stones. We are going to track those individually. You're just going to keep track of when somebody gives you a stone or when you use them, and so the color doesn't matter as much in this case. The reason why we use them, use different colored stones, is so that like who you've who your friendship has come from.
Gotcha.
But it's not super critical. Everybody has a house, which is kind of your, it's a little bit like your drive, but it actually represents the clan of dragons that you come from. For example, the crafter may come from Kebros, the House of Ruby.
Or Rothscar.
Or Rothscar, the House of Gold. That is, and they're best known for. Let me get the description of our houses, because they're pretty cool. And that's something that hasn't, to my knowledge, changed. Okay. Dragon, Dragonia. So a thing to know about Dragonia, which is where we're all from, is that several hundred years ago was what's called the First War of Dragons. It was called that because a seer at the time said that there would be another dragon and there would be another war. It was a war against the darkness, which is never fully defined even after the war. But as dragons have gotten older, they haven't necessarily they've sort of stopped believing that the darkness is a threat. So Brynback, the House of Steel, is kind of the noble house. They tend to be the protectors of Dragonia's traditions and politics. Kebros is the House of Obsidian because they sided with darkness during the First War. So that's kind of a problem, but many of them are still trying to kind of redeem themselves. Mindoth, the House of Oak, is called the Keepers of Secrets. They preserve knowledge, and they keep secrets. They are the ones that they may preserve knowledge, but they may not necessarily share it. And also, some of them just try to know and become sages of various unknown knowledges. Rothscar, the House of Gold, they're best known for making things, structures, and so forth. And obviously, they have a lot of crafters that come from there. Semscale is the House of Jade. They tend to be they tend to pursue just sort of enlightenment and paths of knowledge. They're kind of a hodgepodge of classes because they don't really focus in one direction. And then Tessith, the House of Diamond, is often referred to as the house without a home because they lost everything during the First War. So even though they suffered a lot and they lost quite a bit, they also have been freed from more restrictive traditions. So some of them try to rebuild, but some of them have just kind of gone off and said, we could just do our own thing now. So there you go. That's your quick background into the houses of Dragonia. So go ahead and pick your house based on what sounds like it works best with your character concept.
Alrighty.
And those houses will also, like, they kind of help guide you, but really they incentivize you to do certain things for your house. So, for example, if your house description says design something to help a friend solve a tricky problem, that's the Roskar
That's mine.
factor.
Yeah.
Right. So at the end of the session, you would gain XP if you had done that. Or sorry, you don't gain XP. You would erase a condition, which could mean you heal a wound, or it could mean you heal a shadow point if you fulfilled that obligation during the session. So there's always kind of an incentive, but if you don't do it, it's not like you're penalized. All right, and then also pick a virtue. There are a couple of them suggested on your character sheet, but you may choose any virtue that you think is playable, and we can discuss what if it's something that may not be playable or visibly playable at the table, then we can talk about that. So, James, did you pick a house?
Yes, I did. I went for the House of Roskar.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, Clutchmates.
And did you pick a virtue?
Yes, I went for generosity.
Generosity. All right. So when you see somebody, give somebody something out of altruism or whatever, that's going to be when you say, hey, that was a generous act. Take a friendship stone, and then they'll add a point to their friendship stones. Okay. And again, everyone just track that. However, piece of paper or whatever you want to do, is fine with me because you'll spend them to do some of your moves and to cast magic. So, Sean, what house is Sliver from?
Sliver is a member of House Kibros, and his virtue is kindness.
Kindness. Wow. Awesome.
And I didn't quite catch how the virtues come into play. Is it when you see someone else exhibiting that, then you get to give them a dragon or a...
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. So it doesn't matter if you ever are kind ever, but it's what you value in others.
Gotcha. That makes total sense.
Yep. Because friendship is magic.
Which, interestingly, you and I value the same thing.
So you also value kindness?
Yes, which is funny because, I did my sheet, of course, granted from the old playbook, but I did my sheet, at about 2 hours ago.
Okay. No worries.
So.
Okay. And Toby?
Yes.
What is Sparkle's house and virtue?
Well, Sparkle is in House Tesseth, because woods and that's what I'm all about, because groovy, and I'm all about charity. Charity,
all about.
It's about the plur, man.
Charity and plur. Okay.
Charity and plur.
Awesome. So we have generosity, charity, and 2 kindnesses. This is going to be a very nice group, I think. So
my computer is frozen.
Oh no.
Yes, indeed. Oh no, indeed.
Can you value something but in no way exhibit that trait? I'm really into kindness, but screw you and I hate you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that your Trogdor definitely did that last campaign.
He was loyal, kind of.
Because Trogdor's was loyal, and I think he was the one who screwed people over the most.
Yes, he did.
He was loyal to his idea that Sam Smelt was a bad guy.
He was a terrible, terrible dragon.
He was a terrible friend, is what he was. But that's okay.
Yes.
All right, I might have to duck out for a sec. I'll be right back.
All right, let me know if you need the link again. Or re-invite.
Okay, well, if it's in the Roll20, it should stay there. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, we will wait for Terrence to get back, and then we will do our fellowship, which allows you to start out with some gems.
Who was the character that also valued kindness? I missed that.
Okay, both Lorien,
Lorien.
that's Terrence. Yeah, Terrence's character, and
Still
Sliver.
From.
Mm-hmm. And Sliver.
What is the name of Terrence's character?
Lorien.
Laurie.
Mm-hmm.
And you probably can't. Never mind. I was gonna say it's the GM if you could modify the label, but I doubt it.
I don't know. Oh.
Actually, just reading this play actually makes Apocalypse for quite an appealing mechanic.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting how different Epyllion is from Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World does not have this this friendship gem mechanic at all. That there's holds and things that people will do, and there's ways for people. It's a much grittier, darker game for sure. Yeah.
Friendship
is
definitely not in Apocalypse World.
I don't actually own Apocalypse World, but I do own a couple of variants of.
Yeah. Well, the main mechanic that I think people use from Apocalypse World is the 2d6 plus whatever your stat is, and then the conditional success and kind of the moving narrative control back and forth between the GM and the players. So there's a lot of.
Yeah, I must admit that was one of the appealing things about the mechanic is it's more the characters it's more narrative for the players as well as the GM, which I kind of like. I've noticed it with a couple of systems, and I've actually enjoyed playing those systems more.
They're a lot of fun. I have to say that games that are based on that concept are pretty much my favorite. Apocalypse World based games. Epyllion is a lot of fun. Dungeon World, of course. We actually played Spirit of 77 last weekend at a convention, and it was the highlight of the convention. It was that kind of.
Yeah, I'm actually looking. That's probably the most least stressful look forward Kickstarter going at the moment.
Yeah, it's. I'm really excited about it, and it should be coming out pretty soon. The designers who they were actually at the convention we were at last weekend, and okay.
I'd really love to play. That's one game I'd really love to play.
Well, they put an awful lot of work into it. I mean, even at the convention, you could tell they had poured their heart and soul into the game.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I've liked about it, I mean, because they are more or less updated on a fixed schedule, you're not really stressing over it.
Right. It's like Jonathan thought it was at 1 o'clock, so he just texted me, messaged me.
I was actually concerned it might be earlier than it was, but I'm glad I was wrong.
Me too, because I don't think I would have been here earlier.
Well, I actually thought it was early today, and if it was early today, I couldn't have played.
Yeah.
But what basically
What time is it there, James?
It's 7 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, 7 in the evening here, and the weather's not too bad at the moment either.
That's good.
No, when I first saw the invite, it said 10. I think it said 10 o'clock your time, but for some strange reason on my tablet or mobile device, it doesn't allow for, you know, time shifting. But as soon as I put it up on the computer, we're saying 6 o'clock. I thought, right, that's it, I'm playing.
Right. Yeah, it time zones are weird on Google Plus. I think Jonathan's is set to Eastern, which is why he didn't see it, that it was at 10.
Well, clearly we should just go continental and do everything in Greenwich Mean Time, right?
That would be easier for James.
Yeah, at least for one of us.
Right.
So, quick question, mechanics related or game related. With the virtues and the transfer of these gems, is that a strictly behind the scenes mechanic, or is there some kind of narrative element that accompanies that?
It's behind the scenes, but if you want to praise the other person in character, I think that's totally legitimate.
Okay, cool.
It's behind the scenes, but because I've run this at a convention, it actually sort of forces players to get along. So you know, unlike other games where, okay, yeah, I can be a total prick to the other guy and whatever, there's an incentive to being kind or generous or what have you. Trogdor did not have many bonuses.
So I'm wondering, I think I might change mine if that's possible.
Sure.
I'm wondering, how do you feel about the virtue of conviction?
Conviction.
So not quite courage, but that kind of drive to be willing to do what needs to be done, even if it's hard.
Sort of like dedication, stick-to-itiveness.
Stick-to-itiveness.
I think that can work. I think that if you can envision it coming up in play frequently enough, I think it should be just fine.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jonathan says he is going to be able to hop in. So hopefully, when he gets here and when Terrence gets back, and he just joined. The kanji characters, that's Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan. Good morning. Yeah. So, and when Terrence gets back, we can do the fellowship bonds. So, Jonathan, let me post so in the Google Plus group chat, the Hangout chat. There's I'm putting a link to our the folder with the playbooks. 4 of the playbooks have been chosen, so what's left is the warrior or the academic. and I would say just pick one and roll with it, because you're joining us a little late, so
Yeah.
so just pick something that sounds good. Our characters are the Daredevil, the Seer, the Crafter, and the Nature Adept. So if you pick the Academic, we're going to have a low combat game. If you pick the Warrior, we might have a more combat heavy game.
Okay. Is
Make
there?
sure to join our Roll D20 session too.
Okay.
Yes, I'll see, how do I don't know how to add somebody. Oh, I don't need to. Jonathan just added himself. Cool.
Does anybody have a preference for combat versus non?
I think the only preference we have is apparently your name needs to start with an S.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Or an L. Or, anything you want. Yeah, well, there's Surratt, Sliver, Sparkle, and Lorian. Who probably hangs out with you all because of the alliteration.
Okay. I'm gonna use the tried and true method of picking by flipping a coin. Heads will be Academic.
Okay.
Tails. I'm a warrior.
All right.
Hello,
Okay,
can you hear me?
So, I can hear you.
Yay. Okay.
I can
Welcome
hear
back.
you.
Apparently, I cannot be dealing with a PDF and a Hangout in the same window.
Oh,
I fixed it though.
okay, good. All right. Okay, so Jonathan has just joined us, Terrence, and he will
Hello.
be playing the warrior. He
Cool.
signed up, but there was time zone silliness that Google Plus. So, Jonathan, when you get off this call, I suggest you go into Google Plus and change your settings to say that you are in the Pacific time zone. Because anytime you do an event, you're gonna run into that problem.
Okay.
Okay, so moving right along, and I know, Jonathan, you're gonna be missing out on some of the core mechanics here, but basically for your warrior, you're going to pick. Basically, you'll add one to one of your starting stats, but you start with Charm of 0, Courage is +1, and Cunning is -1. We'll need a name. You can come up with your look. You'll need to pick your house. And your virtue is the thing that you honor in other people. So somebody else does that thing, and you give them a friendship zone, or friendship stone, to say, wow, you did that thing. It's cool. I like it. And you use your stones, your friendship stones, to power your magic. You actually use them for two things. One is if you don't want to take a point of shadow damage or harm, you return a gem, or you can return them, basically use them to power your moon magic. So.
Okay.
Don't tell me somebody got through the catwalk.
The catwalk?
In the place. Sorry, I got distracted a little bit. In the place I live, we have like an airlock, but for keeping cats out.
Oh.
And I think
I thought it was like a Right Said Fred reference.
I
just dated myself.
Well, it's been a slow weekend, so I don't know.
Let's see.
Get it dated yours. Okay. So Jonathan, warrior. Did you come up with a name?
Give me another 3 seconds. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Do I just type it into chat or?
You can. You in the roll. Do you have Roll20 up? Yeah. So
do.
in the gear icon, you can change your display name, and then it'll change your name on your picture.
Which is a super handy way for everybody to remember everyone's name.
Right?
Yes. And also spell it correctly.
Okay.
Stockholm, the greatest warrior.
Values humility, clearly.
Yeah. What's your house? What house did you pick?
Gryffindor.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll be.
Stockholm.
But did Gryffindor pick you?
Yeah, I'll be Tessith, the House of Diamond.
Tessith. All right. So you and Sparkle are
Boosh.
clutchmates.
All right.
Just as Lorian and Sliver are clutchmates. And okay, so Tessith, and what is your virtue?
I'll pick humor, I guess. I'm not very funny, but.
All right. Oh no, you don't have to be. Other people have to be.
Oh, okay.
So, if somebody makes you laugh, give them the stone.
Okay.
Basically.
Is there a limit to
Or
how
if you
many
just think it was funny.
you give out?
Mike?
Yeah, theoretically the limit is 10 to 15. It's really, but not really. I mean, there really isn't a limit. It's cool. And you know, you'll spend them pretty freely, so yeah.
Do I just say like I gave this to somebody or?
You will in a minute.
Okay.
All right. So we have Stockholm the warrior. We have Surat the daredevil. We have Sliver the seer. We have Lorian the crafter and Sparkle the nature adept. On your character sheet, you'll see that there is something called fellowship. And so what you will do now is you will put people's names into your fellowship stats. So let's see here. And when you do, so for example, one of the crafter fellowships is blank, so that'll be one of you guys, asks you to craft something useful for your clutch, explain what it is, and take a gem from them.
Oh, that's a little different.
So basically, your fellowship will either be you'll take a gem from somebody else, or you will give them a gem based on the bond that you're creating. In Dungeon World, these are called bonds. In Apocalypse World, they're called history. This mechanic of building a little bit of backstory is kind of common in these styles of games. So, James, do you want to go first? Tell us.
Yes, I might as well. Well, for the first fellowship, I chose Sparkle, who made me. I can't get my mouth into gear. Basically, Sparkle made me feel welcome in the clutch when my beast companion fell ill. Yeah. Basically, he actually managed to get something to actually heal my companion, and I'm actually thankful for it. So, and he actually gets a gem for that.
Okay. And who is your companion?
I've got a beast companion.
Oh, it's your beast companion.
Yes,
oh, yes.
My beast companion.
Okay, tell us. Describe your beast companion. What's it look like?
Basically, it's actually a very small bat, but it can fly very, very fast.
It's a small, fast bat. And does it have more than one look?
It just looks like a bat, and basically I just use him to actually send messages at great speed.
Okay. So something interesting about Dragonia is that monsters typically have more, well, not monsters, creatures typically have more than one feature. So, in fact, this bat, whose name is what?
I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay. Whose name is yet to be decided. This bat is sort of a monster. So yeah, there's a thing. That was Sliver.
Sliver, okay.
Right?
No,
Was it Sliver or Sparkle?
Sparkle was the first
Sparkle.
one.
Sparkle
Okay.
did what?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right, Sliver.
Well, wait. James, tell Toby what Sparkle did to earn. You gave a stone for this, right?
Yeah, I gave them a stone. Basically, they helped heal my beast companion when it fell ill.
That's something I would do because plur.
Because Plur
Yeah.
and your nature adapt and all
and
that.
you know, we're all creatures, man, but we're all of the earth, and yeah,
Yeah, totes.
groovy.
Okay, all right. We'll come back to your next fellowship, James. Sean, what's one of your fellowship, your first one that you've picked?
Well, let me make sure I'm doing the right one here. Bear with me. So my very first one is, once again, Sparkle. I believe that Sparkle's knowledge is unparalleled. His knowledge of nature and the world around him is incredible. But he's so lost in the trees and perhaps in a cloud of smoke that he cannot see the danger to come. I get to take a gem from him.
Okay.
Nothing personal.
Well, you don't actually take it from me. You just get one, right? Or do you actually
Right.
take one that I have
No.
obtained?
No. It's you'll just. Yeah.
It's a
Okay, so
gem, correct?
Sorry.
sorry. So this was Sparkle. Sparkle is very knowledgeable, but they don't see the danger ahead, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. No. Toby, Sparkle does not lose the friendship gem that they just got.
Okay.
This is from your personal pool, just like if you had a group of stones to give out for people doing their virtues. This is kind of the starting virtue.
Dig it.
Dig it. Clear, man.
I'm getting into the character. What can I say?
Totally. Okay. Lorian. Lorian has a fellowship with somebody. What is your fellowship?
Okay, fellowship. I had to get to it. Because the thing. Okay. Let's see. So let's see.
Do you need a bit more time to think over it?
Yeah, come back. I need to look at these because they're different than
Than the previous books?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. From Sliver. Sparkle is knowledgeable. All right. Okay. Toby, you want to give us one from Sparkle?
Sure, yeah. Groovy. So, like, Surratt was a voice of reason when my clutch was dealing with an older dragon. Like, I totally thought Surratt was this, like, crazy surfer dude. and this older dragon was just harshing my buzz. And I'm like, whoa, man, you just gotta you gotta chill. I ain't into that. And Surratt, I thought Surratt was gonna be like just sort of tearing ass all over the place, but Surratt's like, whoa, bro, just chill, man, just chill. So Surratt gets a gem.
Okay.
Do you want to alternate them?
Great. No, just do one at a time because
Okay.
they'll change. So, what was the name of the older dragon?
I don't know.
Surratt.
I mean, afterwards we called him Budzilla.
Right. No, James. I'm asking James actually on this one.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
No, it's okay.
What was the name of the old dragon?
Yeah.
Oh God, you put me on the spot here. Come back to me on that one as well. I'll think about it.
Okay. Well, Toby says that you guys nicknamed him Budzilla after that, but you knew him before. That's why you were able to talk him down. Why do you know him?
It's probably because I grew up with him.
Okay. So is he also a Roskar?
Yes. Yes, he's a Roskar.
Okay. So he's a member of your house, which means he's also a member of Lorian's house. House Roskar. And Lorian, do you know Budzilla? Do you know this older dragon?
I don't know that I did. I think I was probably in my practice chamber at the time that all that was going on.
Okay. So you don't know him, and you therefore don't know his nickname, or about this little nickname. So, do you know his name?
I have heard of him. In passing, kind of like, the word on the street kind of thing.
Great. So what is his name?
And the name that I heard was Avarith.
Avarith. Excellent. Avarith the Bold.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you ready? AKA Budzilla. Yes. Are you ready with Are you ready with your fellowship? Your first one.
I think I am.
Okay.
Sparkle is the nature of death, correct?
Yep.
So I was asked by Sparkle to create or actually no, wait, I've got it. Sliver asked me to create a have you ever seen something along the lines of those the Tibetan singing bowls?
Mm-hmm.
To help to bring harmony among the clutch.
Okay.
And to it's used to sort of. It was used to amplify kind of the energies of healing and what's the word I want here?
Plur.
Yeah.
It's all about the plur.
Okay. Sliver, do you still have that singing bowl?
I missed something somewhere, but yes. I hold on to anything that is given to me because Sliver attaches significance to even the smallest trinket.
Okay. So you attach great significance. All right.
And I set it up so that it could be easily, it didn't have to have a expert sound crafter to play it. It was a simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simple control.
It's a singing bowl.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So Lorian then takes a gem from Sliver. So Sliver, you don't lose any gems or anything. It's just from your pool, as if you were handing it out for demonstrating a virtue. And Lorian, you get a point, a friendship point. All right. Stockholm, I think you're the last one that we haven't done yet. So tell us your first fellowship that you filled out. And keep in mind, you don't have to do all of them. You just have to do at least one. So if you don't like one, you can skip over it. It's totally fine.
Sparkle has recently joined my clutch, and I'm training them in the art of capital politics. So
you're training Sparkle?
Yes.
In capital politics.
Yes, I'm trying to explain everything in terms of trees and animals.
And how's that going, Sparkle?
Oh, he's talking about all this biology bullshit, and he's totally missing the chakras. And it's pissing me off, but it's cool because then I go to my happy place and I'm cool again.
I see. So it's kind of missing the point.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's got this number of leaves, sure, but where's its energy?
Okay. All right. No, which also kind of misses the point of make, which is to the politics rather than plants. But okay, going back to Sirat, do you have another fellowship you want to add? Because remember, you don't have to do all of them. You just have to have at least one.
Yes, and I'll retire this one neatly as well. And we're going to pick Stockholm, who told me not to underestimate the darkness.
Yes.
Okay.
The darkness basically was, he actually explained about Budzilla and how nasty it can be.
Okay. Does that mean that Budzilla, aka Avarith, has turned to the darkness?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncool, man.
And that gets him a gem, and that gives Stockholm a gem.
Okay, so Stockholm gets a gem. Sliver, do you have another fellowship bond that you'd like to? All right.
I actually have both, but I'll do one of them here. I have dreamed of Lorian in the past, and believe that he will someday make a great device in a fight against the darkness. But I'm kind of confused because I don't understand how musical instruments are going to save us from the darkness.
Sound is energy, my friend.
Dude, we got a drum circle.
And I think, let me look back at the sheet, I think that one lets me steal, or not steal, gently take a gem from them.
Obtain.
Obtain.
You gain it from experience, yes.
Yes, you take a gem from Lorian. Okay. All right. Lorian, do you have one to add?
I do. Stockholm again. By his his commitment and his his devotion and his strength. And I don't just mean physical strength, but strength of character.
Mm-hmm.
He has inspired me to to step out and take up the fight.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, now your virtue was kindness. Is that still true?
Yes, it is.
So, what was the kind act that Stockholm performed that convinced you that it's time to leave your workshop and participate in this?
He was not he wasn't forceful. He took into consideration in our dealings. He took into consideration my perspective. He didn't just come on all zealous about he cared about the fact that I he saw the side of things where I was coming from, in that he he respected that. It wasn't, he thought of my viewpoint and my my feelings about things in his approach to me. Instead of just coming out and throwing out his, you should do this because I think XYZ, he cared about my take on things enough to.
Stockholm.
Yes.
It was important enough to you that Lorian help you in the quest that you're going to face against the darkness, right? Mm-hmm. Enough that you actually went and said, "Hey, I need your help," and spent time convincing him to do so. Why?
It's
I can't get this thing to mute.
It's one of those things where fighting the darkness is for the greater good, and like me having this huge quest and trying to get people to go on it, it's a little bit selfish, just because everyone's got their own lives that they want to live. So if I want to get people to help me, and if I want
yeah,
I want to get all the people that want to go for themselves and not necessarily just go just because.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically that's just how I see who I can trust the most.
Okay, so but Lorian in particular was someone you definitely wanted to have with you.
Yes.
That's what I was saying. Why Lorian?
It's because Lorian's got a different view of things that we need a more balanced viewpoint, a more rational viewpoint, like someone to kind of counteract, balance the other, super zealous opinion. So
okay.
that that'll just make everything more logical when we go to take it on.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so that was Lorian's Sparkle. Got one for us? Got another one?
Yeah, like I totally do. So like, cause these are my clutch, man. And Lorian actually was like listening to me because most of these people don't, because kind of kind of out there. But Lorian was listening, so I taught Lorian how to listen to an animal of the wilds. Lorian is now like a second degree duck speaker, and I get a gem apparently.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So, Lorian, you can write down on your character sheet that you can talk to ducks. And I am having trouble unmuting you because since I muted you, I should be able to. So, I don't know what happened. And I feel bad because I feel like maybe you might need to reload as a result. Multiple degrees of duck speaking. Okay, let's see you in a second. All right, so you made Lorian a duck speaker. Also a duck speaker.
Can Lorian be a
Why
duck
not?
whisperer?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. You know
Sweet.
what? Actually, we'll wait. We'll wait for Lorian to get back. But
Right.
I have a thought on that for why we're be able to talk to ducks. Okay. So, Stockholm. Do you have another fellowship?
Yes. Sirat has stood by my side in a fight against the monster of the darkness. And basically what was happening is we were fighting, and then mid-combat he tells this really, really awful joke that was just so terrible. It was the most hilarious thing in the world. He's like said this the cheesiest line ever, and it was just like so funny that I laughed so hard, and kind of tumbled out of the air, and just by pure coincidence wrapped my tail around something and just dragged it down. It was just so amazing.
Is it possible that that humor actually lifted your spirits enough that because you were fighting the darkness, you were able to repel some of the shadow that was getting into your soul?
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. Like I felt so negative when it was happening, but as soon as I heard that, everything just felt like it renewed itself. It was very refreshing,
Okay.
even though it was a really terrible joke.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of repelled a shadow point. Was this when you guys were facing Avarith?
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay. Avarith. The bull. Godzilla, man. Okay. Sarat, do you have another fellowship to add?
I have one more fellowship to add, and I think what it's going to be is I actually saved Sliver from a dangerous monster.
Well, thank you
Okay.
for that.
Sarat saved Sliver. Sliver, what was the dangerous monster?
This actually ties perfectly into my other one. But for now, let's simply say that the dangerous monster was a pack of wild goblin-esque type creatures that had overwhelmed and pinned me.
Okay. Well, we're moving right into yours. So why don't you tell us what your fellowship is? And Sirat, who gets the stone on that one?
I actually get the stone. From Sliver.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yay!
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Yeek!
Welcome back.
Welcome.
So, what Sarat didn't know is that he not only saved me from the monsters, he actually saved me from the darkness itself. I was overwhelmed because I had been lost in a vision. He swept in and rescued me from these creatures, but when I wouldn't come to, he ferociously bit me or claw me. I'll leave his particular brand of violence to him, but to snap me out of my vision, he injured me, and that impressed me that he was willing to hurt his fellow in order to save him from a greater danger.
Okay. All right.
And Sarat gets the gem on that one.
Okay. It was shadowed. So you had fallen to your shadow self.
Yes.
What was the last step on that path?
Give me a moment to look them over here. Shame. I was seeking isolation. That's why I was in a position to be overwhelmed in the first place.
Okay. And who shamed you?
Boy.
Was it Budzilla? It's always Budzilla.
It's not Budzilla.
God, at this rate, maybe we all knew Budzilla as bad as he seems to be.
He's making a convenient adversary, I will say that.
I'm going to say, boy, who was it that stood up to Budzilla? I forgot. To save Sparkle from Budzilla.
Yeah, actually, Sirat was.
Right. Boy. So actually, I'm thinking it would be interesting if it was Sarat who shamed me accidentally, because I knew that somebody should stand up to Budzilla, but I wasn't willing to step in and offer my support. So then I was ashamed, and then to add insult to injury, Sarat later came and saved me too. So.
All right, so a little bit of humility lessons there, huh?
True enough.
Okay. All right. That was Lorian. And by the way, Terrence, I know you weren't wild about having your video on. I just want to let you know it is on right now. When you reload it, I think it turned itself back on.
There we go. Thank you for the.
There you go. Yep.
For that.
Just a heads up.
Because I had no idea.
No worries. So, do you have any more fellowships to add?
I think I have all of them.
Okay.
There we go.
Sparkle, do you have any to add? Great.
No, Sparkle does not.
Sparkle has none to add. Does Stockholm have any to add?
Yes. Sliver was there when I was most vulnerable, so you can get a gem. Let's see.
And when was that?
It was just yesterday, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the fight. It's not. It could be going better. Um, I don't know, it's just been going on for so long. I'm just kind of just about ready to give up. But Sliver being a seer and all, um, you know, told me that they can see the darkness eventually disappearing or being driven back by us. And I don't know if they're really telling the truth or not, but it really made me feel a lot better because I was so ready to just throw in, it just seems also pointless.
Okay. Um, Sarat, do you have any more to add? Any more fellowships?
No, no more fellowships.
Okay. Sliver, do you have any more fellowships?
Nope, that's it for me.
Okay, we're going to take a short, like 5-minute bio break because I desperately need one. And when we come back, Sean, you're going to tell us what your vision is, and and we'll roll to see.
Preemptively to
how that
see
works.
how accurate it is, or how does that work? Never mind.
Go ahead and roll. Yeah. No, actually, go ahead and roll because you'll want to think about it during this quick bio break. But the different. So I changed the vision. Oh, good. You missed. Awesome.
Wait, should I have added my charm to that still?
Yes, you should.
Okay, so that would be +2 more. So +2. So that's a hit.
Okay, so
it's not a full hit.
It's an 8.
Yes.
Okay. So on a hit, you have seen a vision of darkness that aids your clutch. You learn something useful. On a 10, you see the true face, and then it says on a miss, it's too dark. So the way that I have changed this move is that on a 10, or the way it was written differently in the old playbooks, and it's the way it's written is learn something useful and interesting about the tasks at hand. The way that I've rewritten this is you tell me, and I'm going to change it a little because you got a 7 to 9 result, but you're going to tell me what the vision of the darkness was. So we'll come back in 5 minutes, and you'll need to describe a single scene of the darkness, and I'm going to add details to it as a result. Got it?
And the darkness is undefined, so I have creative liberty here.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Keep in mind that you have also dreamed that there will be an instrument used against the darkness that Lorian's going to help with. So, yeah, you can think about that. Yeah. Everybody does take a starting move. Usually, it's in your playbook. So, yeah. Okay.
I think Soul Creation.
We'll be back in 5.
One, right?
Soul Creation should be fine. Let me just make sure. That is the seer. That is not the crafter.
And then
crafter. Soul Creation is not one. Monument to the Moons. You create something and store magic in it.
Okay. Yeah, that would work.
What did Soul Creation do?
Soul Creation was you have a. I guess they got rid of that. It was you've created a piece or some thing that is can be that's your specific device or weapon or whatever for use in against the darkness. And
yeah, that's not anymore because now it's you could use Monument to the Moons and it'll basically be a thing that you could be used against the darkness. You can decide what the trigger is. Basically, when you create something, you can call upon the moons to imbue it with magic.
Right.
And call upon the moons. Call upon the moons is one of the basic moves that all dragons can do. It's just usually they can't store it for later.
Okay.
And you can.
Let me check in this bio break then. Since I let me go ahead and look at this the playbook as it is meant to be,
absolutely.
and I will pick a starting move here from there.
Sure, no problem. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Yep. Okay.
Sounds good. Whoa, I have got to take this thing off this prop.
Terrence.
Hello.
Dude, do you ever play with a GM who's like got to pee really bad? You don't want to waylay that, man.
No.
They get grumpy. Yes, the Lich casts death on all of you. No!
Oh no!
Oh no! Do not want.
Bad idea.
Could you guys explain to me how the stones work, or the gems, rather?
Yeah, here's how they work, basically. If somebody does something that exemplifies your, what was it, virtue,
Mm-hmm.
you award them a stone.
Mhm.
This is designed for a tabletop game, not for online. So, I mean, your stone versus anyone else's stone, it doesn't actually make a playable difference. It's just a bonus that you take when you're casting a spell.
Okay.
So, where you've got charm, courage, and cunning,
Uh-huh.
those are for all of your actions except for spellcasting. Spellcasting is only affected by the number of stones that you're willing to spend to get a bonus.
Okay. I see.
I have a question on since you sound like you've played this before. I see this.
Yeah.
It's got like the wing dragon and the long toothed and the.
Oh, those are the levels. Instead of having it be like, level 1 bard, level 2 bard, level 3 bard, they have the dragons by different ages. So we would all be at this stage where raw scale drakes.
Right.
And then
Okay.
as we take XP, so you've done an Apocalypse World game, right?
Yeah, sort of. Not very thoroughly. I've done Dungeon World, but not a lot
Dungeon
of
World. So if you get a 6 or less, you're going to get an XP. If you fill out that XP track for raw scale drake, then your dragon grows up and becomes a winged drake, and then a long-toothed dragon, and a bearded dragon, and an elder dragon, and so on and so.
So there's 5 XP for.
Yeah, to go from raw scale to winged.
Okay.
One of the problems in the earlier version was the XP tracks were so long toward the end, and you got 6s or less so little that pretty much in the game that Stephanie and me and a few other people had going, I think we got stuck on Longtooth,
Oh no.
which was cool. I mean, it was fun. It was just, you couldn't advance.
Well, no, we stopped on Longtooth because I wouldn't let us advance.
We never had the XP to do it anyhow. I know I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You guys stopped tracking it.
Was that it?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a. I don't know. I think there's a scaling issue to begin with, but
I think that's true of most Dungeon World games anyway, because they do, like, once you start having a +3 on everything, it's really hard to fail.
right.
So.
But I
I'm
mean,
gonna have to drop out really quick because Flash just stopped working. I'll be right back.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Come on.
So yeah, I think I will do Monument to the Moon for my starting.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's very similar to the other one, so it should work.
But I gotta think what the event is that would trigger it.
Well, it'll just be when you create something. You'll just at that time, because whatever it is that you create, that'll be the, it'll be like I want this to happen when something, triggers off of it.
Oh, so it's not you create it before the session starts. It's you create it.
Right, and you'll probably to a need for something. Like if you want to say that your singing bowl that you made,
Yeah.
is something, then you could roll it right now, and we can make that happen.
Can you hear me?
Toby, can you just? Yes, I can hear you, and I'm gonna eject the version of you that died.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully she ejects the right one.
Yeah, that's why I had him talk.
So you could
still
find the
on
right
us,
one.
on with us, Toby? Yeah,
I am,
you
yeah.
still on with us, Toby?
Yes, ma'am.
Yay!
Yeah, I see Sparkle.
So, Lorian, you're gonna make my singing bowl magical. Is that what I'm hearing?
I either will or I might or I already might have. Look at the move here. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's when you start out. I think it looks like it's more Monument to the Moons is more spontaneous than Soul Creation was.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the Singing Bowl is something separate from a Monument to the Moons.
Well, it could be. I mean, your monuments, the things you make, are instruments and songs.
Correct.
So basically, if you say that this singing bowl is imbued with magic, then that makes it a monument to the moon, to the moons in some way. It imbues it with that magic. So,
but then the Monument to the Moons could still be using.
Oh, it's a reusable move, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And so what
I think is actually going to be a chant that is used. You'll see that show up in like created songs or chants.
What might be Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's really just, do you want that singing bowl to have magic that is still stored in it, rather than would have been expended since then? So if you do, what you will do is I'll have your moon magic, and you're going to tell me, what kind of magic it's going to be. And the moons have not changed, so there's still stone and storm, void, spirit, and liberty. But the easiest way to do it, of course, is just tell me what you want it to do, and then we'll figure out what type of moon it should use.
When one of my allies perhaps are at grave risk of being lured by the darkness, it would almost kind of take on its own. It would kind of almost self-activate and be like a beacon back to the for lack of a better term, the lighter side.
when very nice. Yeah, I like that. So basically, when an ally is at risk of taking shadow points, right, from the darkness,
Yes.
the bowl starts to sing,
Mm-hmm.
And when it does, it basically activates sort of a purification magic. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. So this would be Liberty, would be the moon that you're calling on, and in this particular case, you're not going to return gems to activate your moon magic unless you really want to start the adventure without some gems. But if you miss on this, it's not going to be the end of the world. It'll just be less powerful because this is something you
Okay.
did before. You took extra time to do it. So go ahead and roll. It's just 2d6 and yeah. Nice. Very, very nice. Okay.
Weak.
So when weak. So you may pick two of the following three options. The magic is exceptionally powerful, the magic remains within your control, or the magic impresses or frightens others.
I'm going to say that it is exceptionally powerful, and if I say that it frightens, it wouldn't frighten my own people, right? It could be.
It would impress or fright. It would impress your own people.
Impress us and or frighten away those who would seek to do us ill, basically.
But it'll be out of your control.
Yeah,
Okay.
distinctively will not remain.
It will
under
be
your
out of your control.
Hmm.
It's a hard choice.
Which would mean it might not do what I want it to do, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah.
On the other
let's go
hand,
with-
it doesn't need to be overly impressive because it's really just a little singing bowl, right?
Yeah, let's actually keep it under control then, and it is exceptionally powerful.
Okay. All right. So here is how I'm going to interpret that. It will do as you describe. When you guys are danger that comes from darkness, either a creature of darkness or an effect of darkness, the singing bowl will start up, and if you choose to narrate that you listen to it in some way, you'll have a bonus, a plus one against doing things to oppose the darkness. It's not impressive, and the powerful part is that it's never used up.
Nice.
Okay. Permanent.
I love it.
Awesome.
Permanent, and everyone has a +1 versus the darkness if they choose to use it. So that means you'll have to declare, wait, don't we have the singing bowl?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's as long as the singing bowl stays in the party's possession. So keep in mind that could get stolen, and then you've got some narrative things to follow up on. All right, so not saying that I'm going to steal your singing bowl, but I'm probably going to steal your singing bowl.
However, the darkness very well might.
Possessions like own you, man. It's cool.
It's cool. But if I steal your singing bowl, which I'm probably going to do, it'll be to drive the story forward, not just because I'm being a dick.
Yeah. And then I still have the monument move I can use in future, correct?
Yeah, you can. Then you could be like, all right, well, I'm going to carve this stick into a god's eye, and I'm going to imbue it with this power. So yeah, I'm going to imbue it with the power to show me where the damn bowl is.
No, but see, that means that you want the bowl, and then you're like, man.
Let go, man. Let go. Sean, are you back?
I'm here. Yep. Can you hear me?
Sweet. I can hear you great. What was Sliver's vision? Oh, actually, I have a starting scene for us. So you're gonna jump in with your vision in a second here. Sparkle. All the S names, guys. All the S names. Sparkle, the nature adept. Sparkle, you have like this ritual, right? That your friends come and participate with you. And at the end they get cookies, which is why they come to the ritual.
You're talking about
for
the lunar
us
celebration.
Not necessarily. Some of
Yes.
us have other reasons.
No, the lunar celebration.
absolutely.
Like, yeah, man. What about it?
Tell us about the lunar. Tell me about this ritual. What kinds of things happen, and what meaning does it have for you?
Well, see, like what we do is we believe that like, you know, Sliver's a seer, and that's cool, but there's a seer in all of us. But you just gotta like seek out the right parts of the earth to experience visions. And we have those visions, and we dance, and we celebrate the moons, because that's like where our power comes from, and the energy just flows. Like, it's so wow, man.
Maybe it's like when all of the moons are like high or something like that. You know, in the sky, like they're all visible or something.
No, it's always on the 14th of Players Day, and you know, that's when we celebrate. But yeah, it's
So
it's awesome.
it doesn't even matter what cycle of the moons are in.
Yeah, the cycles, you can't control the moons, man. I mean, they just kind of they transcend. They don't,
Okay.
they don't follow your charts and your rules.
Right on.
Forget that, man. No.
Excellent. Okay, so you brought your friends together for the lunar ritual, and everyone participate unless somebody says they don't. Is
Yeah.
everyone cool with?
Yeah. Who's
like,
bored?
yeah, you're there. Yeah. Surat, Stockholm. There's dancing at least. Are you guys bored?
Stockholm's a little bit embarrassed because he doesn't know how to dance.
Oh.
Awesome.
I will work on that one, Stockholm.
And Surat, are you like the best dancer there, because you are the daredevil? James might not be back on yet.
I am back and I've muted myself. I'm bad at that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, Sarat thinks he's a good dancer.
Okay. Is he though? I mean, he is the daredevil out of anybody. He should be.
Yeah. Well, Sarat's good for anything. He don't mind looking the fool. He'll just try anything.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. He's got
right.
the plur. Sparkle.
Can Sparkle approach Stockholm? Because Stockholm's not dancing.
Sure. That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, hey man, why don't you like get out there? Feel the energy flow through you. You're really missing out.
No, it's okay. I'm okay here.
You just have to dance to your strengths. Well, let's see. Work on this.
But you're okay here, but you could be in a higher place, you know? Like, like with the stars. Look at them, man. They don't have anybody telling them what to do. They just dance.
Sparkle,
That's
Sparkle,
right.
my friend.
Come on, just dance, dude.
Mm,
Dance! Dance!
Perhaps Stockholm's
Go!
heart dances within. That is good.
okay, okay. I'll try.
All right, yeah. So you know, just let your tail do whatever you want, man, and your wings, groovy.
Awesome. All right, so
I hope
you
we come up
guys
with
could
some
all.
stuff that, like, play to his strengths and, you know.
Sure, yeah. But while all this is going on, Sliver, you are in the throes of having a vision of some very impending darkness. What is your vision?
Sliver, unwilling to watch the ridiculous dancing, has seen a great pit of darkness. It's unclear in the vision if it is a whirlpool in the ocean or a cavern or perhaps even the eye of a storm, but an incredible passageway to darkness, and from it these tendrils of shadows lash across the landscape, tainting everything they touch. But in the vision there is a moment of hope for a young dragon singing a siren song and wielding, it's unclear, but somehow they are drawing the beast forward so that its heart is vulnerable and it can be stricken down. It's a terrible vision, but one with a glimmer of hope. Also no dancing.
That's like harsh and buzzes, man.
Totes. All right. Okay. Cavern or an eye or a whirlpool. It's basically a vortex, right?
Yes, a vortex of some sort.
Of some sort. And there's kind of a glimmer of hope, kind of almost in the eye of the storm.
Right.
All right. Hold on. Let me look at how this is supposed to go, because I know we changed it, but I don't care. All right, something interesting, useful. And, because this is fun and I haven't done enough in the capital of Dragonia, your vision of the vortex as you're kind of coming out of it, and it's a little disorienting. In fact, it's you know, when you have these visions like this, sometimes it takes you a while to even be able to interpret them. In this case, however, it's so very clear, and yeah. And you know, you had kind of brought these dragons together to sort of form a clutch against the darkness. The center of the vortex is the capital city,
Which should be well protected.
which should be well protected. But that is definitely like the sense that you have, is that is where it's happening. So, there you go.
Right.
As you guys have been cajoling Stockholm, by the way, you do see you kind of notice that Sliver has sort of stepped back a little bit.
Is Sliver convulsing?
Sliver.
Sliver! Hey, Sliver, what's happening, dude?
Things that would trouble the minds of even the bravest. Are we done with the dancing yet? So I can talk about something more serious.
I could dance all night.
Dude, the dancing is serious, man. We're connecting to the earth.
I think we should at least take a moment. I think that what I'm hearing in Sliver's voice is not just is a bit more urgent than. Yeah, I think we should heed him.
Sparkle's got a little bit of that like hippie rage when like you tell them that something's more important than dancing under the moons. So, like, come on, man, no, but
Trust me, my friend. I understand that your ability to dance may someday lead to successfully creating a brood of your own. But if what I've seen is true, it may be moot. Remind me, my mind is fogged. How far are we from the capital city? The world seems bent to my mind right now.
Well, I mean, I only took you guys out to a grove that's like, I don't know, a couple hours from the city. Like, you actually can't really see the stars all that well because it's so freaking bright.
Well, you can see the moon.
You can definitely make out 2 or 3 of the moons. We're yuppie hippies. I mean, it's a different breed.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So what's this? Like, you had a vision, man? I had a vision that I was a giant cookie. What was your vision?
I suspect his were more serious.
Slightly more serious. Unfortunately, there were no cookies. An all-consuming maw spewing forth tendrils of darkness. Not very cookie-like. I worry that ill fortune hangs over our city. Perhaps we are safer to stay here, but I doubt that is the wise path.
Wait. But is it like, did you see it over 23rd and 17th? Because that's where my girl's house is, and I've been kind of couch surfing there, and that could really, really suck.
Well, it most certainly was in the vicinity that would threaten both your girl and your couch surfing abilities. So maybe.
Oh, hell no! we gotta oh man, gotta do something. I got my stash there. I mean, never mind.
Oh, damn.
So, like Stockholm, man, you're like a fighting dude. Lead us.
It's your stash of friendship gems, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Nice save. Okay.
This is silly.
Ooh,
Yup.
Okay.
All right.
Seems to me we should set out and see what we can do about this.
I fear that if it is already in the capital city, it must be so subtle or so obvious that dragons older and wiser than us are ignoring it. Perhaps it is best that we start investigating.
Dude, you shouldn't trust the man.
Do not trust the man, that is correct.
You mean the dragon?
Yeah.
Dragon with a capital D? Oh.
Yeah. Not the Popo, it's the Puff Puff, the magic dragon.
Oh.
All right. So you guys, what are you guys gonna do?
I still haven't been able to feel my groove yet.
We'll work on that.
How Stockholm got his groove.
A little bit less in the moment of things, shall we, Stockholm?
Let's deal with this, and then I can help you with your groove, baby.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
to be clear, this game will be taking place in an urban setting, right?
Sounds like it.
I regret my move choices.
Choices.
Well, you have to get there.
I thought you only took one move at the beginning.
Well, yeah, and that move involves moving through the wild. Sweet.
Well, perhaps you can bring us swiftly to town at least.
Think about this though. There's wild everywhere you go. In urban settings, it's just a little more subtle and hidden.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
gonna like.
you're the one. You're the one who said you only took them a couple hours out of town.
Yeah, I'm gonna tie myself to a tree, I guess. All right, so should we go to? Should we go to town?
Is everybody a native dragon, or are there any foreign dragons that need a passport?
Did you take the forgery move? I don't.
Yeah.
No, just checking.
Okay. What was your move, by the way, for Stockholm? Because you take one move in addition to your marks or to your boons.
Yes, I have a voice that penetrates the darkness.
Okay. All right, and then you also take a move from below that.
I got
Battle
Dragonheart.
Plan, Dragonheart.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. You can you give gems for either bravery or humor.
Yes. Gems for everybody.
Nice. Gems
All
for
the things.
everybody. Okay, cool. All right. All right. So you guys are heading just a few hours back to town, right?
Yep.
And because the nature adept would like to actually use his moves, I'm going to say that as you leave the grove, you see that, and like you fly up above the tree line, you see that indeed there is tremendous darkness everywhere, including, you thought that you couldn't see the stars because the light pollution, but actually all the light from the city that you normally would be able to see even this far away has been just snuffed out. And aside from a little patch around the grove where you were doing your ritual, the entire forest around you has been overgrown, almost in the few hours of your ritual, by brambles and like thorns.
This does not bode well.
No, in fact,
I'm
the
not a
darkness
seer.
has definitely come.
I maybe no seer, but this
is like, yeah, Sliver had this vision pretty much while you guys were protected by the ritual that you were doing, so yeah, as you're kind of heading over the brambles, some of the brambles actually like lash upwards at you as if to try to catch you.
Thanks.
What do you do? And we'll say that they're like lashing up just to grab any of you. I'm going to start with James. Sirat, what are you going to do to avoid these or combat these lashing brambles?
Well, actually, that actually works in my favour because my other move is slippery scales.
You don't say.
I do say. I ticked it. That's the first thing I ticked when I saw the character sheet.
Excellent. All right.
I can attempt to escape any form of physical entrapment.
All right. So
basically, I have to make a roll.
Go ahead and roll. Actually, you're not entrapped yet. So do you want to roll instead against to act just because this is the danger of you getting ensnared. It's still courage.
Yeah. Right. Roll. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I've written something else there, so I'm just going to have to start again.
Okay.
I roll an 8.
An 8. All right. So you are you're like dodging out of the way of these lashing brambles, and you can either look sort of clumsy when you kind of get yanked out or dodge out of the way, or you can be momentarily ensnared. I know you're able to slip out, so that might be the choice you make.
I might just be momentarily ensnared.
Okay. All right. So yeah, like they lash around you. You look good going down though, because at least you don't look clumsy or foolish in the process. But these are just fast moving, and they just whip around you and drag you down towards the forest. Now this is where you would use your slippery scales to escape out.
Yeah.
So it's the same kind of roll. It's still plus courage.
Is there any way just to repeat the same command without retyping it?
Yeah.
So?
If you
Up
press
arrow.
the up arrow, it'll repeat
right.
it. 6. Okay. All right. So the description of slippery scales says that on a miss you get away, but the cost is great. You take a wound or a shadow point. Which would you prefer?
I'm going to take the wound for now.
The wound? Okay, because remember you only have 2 wound spots.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you can also return a friendship gem to negate the wound or point.
Actually, that's what I'll do. I'll return a gem.
Okay, so you return a gem, and we'll say that who are you going to return it to?
Sliver.
Okay, so you return a gem to Sliver. Sliver, you aid, because I'm going to say this. That's kind of what you're doing here. How do you aid Surat as he shakes off these brambles?
I take to the sky a little higher and spray several blasts of flame in his general direction, searing the brambles and helping to free him.
Okay. All right. So yeah, and that gets their attention, and of course they're going to lash up at you, and you're when you spray, when you spray flames down at him. Oh, and James, your character gets an XP because you rolled a 6, by the way.
Okay.
Something that happens in Epyllion and most other Apocalypse World-based games. So Sliver, you're like up there and you're flaming down, and your flames, the brambles catch fire, but they're still moving, and now of course they're what if they're controlled, whatever's controlling them notices you, or maybe they're just reactive, but now flaming brambles are just like lashing up towards you. What are you gonna do?
Lovely.
Yeah. Boy. I'm not particularly courageous, so I'm not eager to make that one. I am going to call out to my comrades, trying to swim between them. I'm giving the facade that we need to unify as a whole. Come together, we are greater as a group, but really I just don't want to get hit by myself.
Okay, so you're basically trying to hide among your allies.
That's correct.
That
Okay.
is.
All right. Roll plus cunning.
That is the bravest thing I've ever heard.
It's funny, that's actually even worse. I chose poorly. Yikes.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. So you call out to your companions. You kind of try to insert yourself among them, but things go poorly. And what happens is as you're kind of dodging up away from the brambles, you fly a little higher than your friends, and you see up above you that what you had, you guys had thought, that the stars were obscured by there being too much light pollution, but now that you realize that the whole city is kind of enshrouded in this dark storm, you realize that what's above you is a layer of like dark clouds, and that is why you haven't seen the stars. And those clouds are moving, and they're moving fast. So you're kind of you almost run into them, and you're now there's an impending threat up above you. Meanwhile, hey, Sparkle, your ritual, it went great, but now everything is going kind of to hell. What are you gonna do now that there's these brambles down below, and Sliver just flew way up high? What are you doing?
Well, at first Sparkle was kind of bummed because, like the dance, man, and it all got ruined, and freaking man and all that. But then Sparkle like grounded itself and said, you know what I need to do? I need to use my moon dance and totally tame this cloud and like bring it back into unity. So I'm gonna use a moon magic.
Okay.
To take whatever is tainting this cloud and restore it back to a natural state.
Purification?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Okay.
I have two counters. I don't remember who I got them from, but I had two.
It doesn't matter too much. Yeah. All right. Okay. So you return both of them or just one?
No, both of them. So I'll have a +2.
Okay.
All
right. So.
Oops. Sorry about that.
Nice. All right. So you are calling upon the moons, and on a 7 to 9, pick one. Magic is exceptionally powerful, remains within your control, or impresses or frightens others.
I think we all know Sparkle's not concerned about impressing people or like being in control of anything, so it's going to be powerful.
Powerful purification magic.
That's just
all
wildly
right.
out of control.
But wildly out of control. Okay, well, I'm a big fan of vortexes, and I love it when you create them. So,
Fire-nado.
Fire-nado. Which game? Oh, that was the kaiju game.
Terrifying.
Isn't that where we had the fire-nados?
No, it wasn't. It was the Friday
game. No.
It was the
Dragon. Oh, the Friday game. The dragon game. Oh, right, the dungeon.
And the fact that those exist is terrifying.
There's pictures on YouTube. There are videos on YouTube, man.
I don't want to say.
Terrifying. All right. So anyway, yeah. Well, I like fire nados. They're fun, and you guys are dragons. So unless you specifically want to be vulnerable to fire, you're not. I mean, you're dragons, right? So what happens is that like the wind picks up around so he calls on the moon magic, and the wind just starts whipping around, and of course there's flaming brambles that you guys are dealing with, and those get kind of picked up, and the fire gets picked up with it, and it makes this column of fire and air, but it cuts clean through that through that so you have sort of this column of fire and storm that you can use, although it's not really in your control, but it will protect you against the darkness above. Lorian.
Okay, so as I'm seeing this all happen,
Sparkle, did you get that?
Okay.
It's cool. Go on.
I'm gonna go ahead and use. This is where I was the kind of thing I was also picturing using Monument of the Moons for in practice.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to do is try to bring some containment to this whole fiery bramble, tornado.
Oh, you want to bring it into your control?
Yeah, so that
you want to bring. Okay.
I mean, not to like yank it out of, but somebody's got to stabilize this thing so it doesn't, totally destroy things that we don't want it to.
Do you got to control
it's
it?
Definitely. Man? It's definitely not in anybody's control right now. That's for sure.
So that's what I mean. It needs to have some, there needs to be some balance of making sure that it's not gonna just totally destroy this whole area. The things that shouldn't be destroyed, and
Okay. All right. So you're going for controlling it, which means you're going to have to make something that you can use to sort of do that. Unless you just want to cast the spell to try to control it without imbuing it with with an item. Because you could do that too.
Okay. I was actually kind of thinking of creating sort of a using a chant or to a song chant to kind of maybe kind of create a wall of sound to somewhat contain it.
Okay. All right. So you guys are actually, I don't know if this was clear or not, but I was envisioning that you guys are actually kind of inside it, because it's actually freeing the area around you of the effect of the darkness and the storm that is heading towards or is centered on the capital. So if you want, you guys are protected from it because you're pretty much immune to fire. So if you want, what you could, So what you, it's like you could basically, and maybe it's just me, I'm kind of envisioning like a steering wheel.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of creating a sort of track, or for it to, or a steering whel to
okay.
guide it by.
But in this case, your mediums are instruments and sound, So it could be like a song that guides it,
Exactly.
or it could be kind of like the Pied Piper of Dragonia.
Something like
Where
that.
you-
Yes.
Like
Yes.
a giant vortex.
Okay.
I actually kind of picture, yeah, Lorian.
Which would you
kind
like
of
it to be?
at the forefront? Yeah, kind of the Pied Piper of, you know, of Dragonia, singing his way across, you know, towards, I would say, in the direction that we're going to, you know, keep our path clear and also this,
Okay.
you know.
So by doing that, you're going to put yourself in danger because you'll be on the outside of it, right?
Yeah.
Because you're leading it. All right. So go ahead and roll. You're going to act despite danger. It's plus courage. And the danger here is obviously from the darkness, right?
Yes.
So there might be a bowl involved. I don't know.
I might have to employ that as well, yes. Courage. Let's see here. I keep having to remember that I am not using A.
It's cool that someone has it on a leash.
Okay, I'm not in the right window at this moment.
Okay.
To have picked up whatever that was.
Oh, it was in the Roll20 chat. Sliver the Seer says, "Is that a fire tornado?" It's cool. See, someone has it on a leash.
Oh, nice. Okay. Got my thingy now. Courage is not my strongest.
Your roll, yeah, it came
Yeah,
up
the
with a.
semicolon there threw it off, I think.
Oh,
Yep.
damn it.
Yeah, that happens.
Also,
Nope, I'm not doing French dice. There we go.
there we go. All right, so you got a 7. You didn't add the singing bowl to it.
Oh, would that? Okay, so how did that work? Just adding the singing.
Well,
bowl?
either adding the singing bowl is when you're acting against the darkness. If you somehow incorporate the singing bowl, because believe me, that thing is like singing all over the place right now.
Exactly. So we're kind of in harmony at this point. It's kind of the drone to my chant.
All right, excellent. And so on a 7 to 9, you fumble, look foolish, you miss. I offer you a worse outcome. So, or a hard choice. All right. So you put yourself outside of the firenado, and start kind of drawing it with your voice. You're singing to it. But what you realize as you're out here is that the skies, these dark, dark skies all around you with all these brambles. I mean, this is a pretty, nightmarish vision or scene. What you see is that off in the distance there are monsters flying
Great.
and moving through the world. So yeah, you can stay out here and keep doing this, but you're gonna be vulnerable to attack.
I can't let this
Fortunately,
go. I started it.
Fortunately, Stockholm, the greatest warrior.
Uh-oh.
Or is it the
Here
greatest
comes.
warrior
Is it
of his generation?
Yeah, is in your party, and you could probably call on him to help guide you or guard you.
Yes, I can. In the way that I've built it, I have spaces for. Because I use my sound to actually, am using my sound to perform the magic, I can't shut up. Because if I stop, So I probably have gestures, you know.
Sure. Sure.
That,
Ooh,
you know,
I'm
like an alluring come hither.
yeah.
this
In the
one's
middle of
actually
all
probably
this.
looking a little more frantic than alluring.
I can mentally picture whatever I want.
Sure.
So yeah, so Stockholm. There's like frantic gesturing as Lorian heads out into the darkness to guide the fire NATO that is protecting the rest of your companions. What are you gonna do?
And in that gesture, there's directional pointers to where the issue is coming from.
Yeah, like, well, you know, like just, you know, get out here and help me is probably sufficient. Once he's out there, those monsters are gonna announce themselves.
Actually, at this point, if I actually see this, I would also set up a secondary line of defense.
Okay. And I want to point out just briefly that in case Jonathan, you want to do this, but Sliver cracked one hell of a joke just a minute ago, and if Lorian's not being super brave by putting himself in danger this way, I just don't know.
Yeah. I didn't know where to interject.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. So gems to both.
Cool.
So, yay! So,
I do tend to be a bit outspoken at times, so Stockholm, if you need to, just duck in.
Right. So Stockholm, here you are, and you're gonna join Lorian on the outside?
Yeah. Are we inside the fire nader or behind it?
You start out inside the fire NATO. You're in no danger from it. It's, you know, first of all, it was created by a friend of yours. Although I suppose it's not really controlled. But you guys aren't gonna get hurt by fire.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I've as I understand it, I've got it in control at this point.
Exactly.
So he didn't control it, but I've got it controlled.
Okay. I'm gonna fly through it out to the front, and then while I'm in the flames, I'm just gonna take a nice sip of the flames, savor the flavor.
Okay.
Take advantage of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then just head out and go right, slightly underneath and slightly to the front, in front of Lorian.
Okay. All right, so you kind of put yourself out in position, and as you're out there, you see all those brambles and everything, and they're kind of shrinking back as the flames consume them, but rising out of the brambles and kind of charging towards you, you see a flying lion. It has golden wings that spread out as it just like leaps towards you from the air. And yeah, so what are you gonna do?
Is he yelling out for Narnia at me? No,
Tempting. Very tempting.
Ouch.
I'm going to take my
I wouldn't do that.
tail, which is a club tail, and then just fly slightly up and swing. Trying to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So like just knock it back, or
Yeah.
you're trying to really hurt it.
No, I just want to knock him down.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll plus courage because you are acting despite this danger. All right. So yeah, you bash into it, and I'm gonna say that it can either let's see, you can knock it back, but it's going to it'll claw you on the way back. Or it's still up in your face, but you manage to avoid its claws and its jaws.
I'll take the hit.
Okay. All right, so you take a point of damage as it claws into you, and it's just like raking, basically raking your tail as you swing and hit it, and it flies back hundreds of feet, with kind of this, it's like it was approaching with a roar, roar, and that roar turns into almost a cry, Cool. All right, Surat, you have dived out of the Firenado, and you just in time to see Stockholm, just like thrash this thing, this flying lion, in the sky. But you see that Stockholm's definitely been wounded by the beast. What are you gonna do?
Do I recognize the beast?
Good
Probably
question.
not, unless that's something. Is that something you think you might? Do you have a good reason to?
Oh no, I just thought it might be Budzilla.
It is not Budzilla.
Yeah, you're probably
Don't
said that.
worry.
Budzilla's a dragon, isn't he? I mean,
Don't worry. Budzilla's in the capital. This is totally not him.
Right, I was Stockholm fair. Actually, I am actually going to back up Stockholm.
Okay. Just kind of give him assistance.
Yeah, just basically fly around as a moving target and try and actually not actually physically attack the lion, but be a distraction.
Okay. All right. So
That's
cool. Stockholm, when you roll, Surat can help you. This is on the basic moves, and he'll. The gems aren't that he has to return them. It's gems that he received from you during character creation or at any point. So, and Stockholm. I don't know that you gave him any gems.
I did. Yeah.
Did you did?
Yeah, it's
okay.
my second fellowship.
Okay, so it would be so James, that would be you'd roll +1 because you have one gem from him.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so cool. All right, so the two of you are kind of flanking Lorian as Lorian is drawing the Firenado. Sliver and Sparkle, you guys are still inside the Firenado. You're protected because that's kind of why you have the Firenado to begin with. What are you guys gonna do?
I'll defer to Sparkle first.
Okay.
Sparkle.
So really, my drive in Epyllion would be my house choice. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So as a member of Tessith, then my drive is to restore a symbol or the sanctity of the wild.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Okay.
Or a sanctuary of the wild, yeah.
Okay, well, so we're in this little grove of trees. Obviously, fire, wind, that's not unnatural. But what is unnatural is this darkness. So Sparkle's going to kind of shake it off, the various imbibements of the dance, and at this point it's being controlled and like driven around to clean out the forest, right?
The Firenado?
At least our path to the,
Right.
the capital, if nothing else, yes.
Oh, you're making a path to the capital.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I am going to use moon magic to try and wrest control of the Firenado and take it back out over the forest, because I don't really care what happens to the city. I have to protect the sanctity of nature.
Oh, God, so you're going against? Oh.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to use moon
Why
magic.
don't you just ask me to do some detouring?
There ain't time for that, man.
There ain't time for that? Okay.
Lorian,
No one got
detour!
time for that. All right, so
Going right for the PvP, aren't you?
yeah, turn it horizontally. All right, so now that'd be unnatural, man. So, I am going to. Which magic would that be?
Oh, let's see. You are trying to control the storm. I'm going to say it's storm.
Storm. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, that would be a big tornado. It would. Okay, I'm going to use my one counter that I got, and
Okay.
I'm going to try and wrest control and then steer this back to the woods. I got XP.
You got XP. It does not. You do not wrest control back, but. Let's see. Okay. So you attempt to wrest the fire NATO problem, and you are unable to do so, but you are basically combating your own magic, and the effect is it dissipates. The fire NATO is released completely, and yeah, it's totally. So yeah, now you and Sliver are exposed to all of the dangers around you, but you're no longer burning down the forest, so there is that. So,
Great.
But the forest is like filled with darkness.
Yeah, the darkness is like covering the whole land. So, yeah, it's. I mean, there's some serious danger here to the wilderness and all of Dragonia. Sliver.
I have been in
that nice fire NATO just disappeared.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in my clutch mates. They mean well, but they struggle. So if everyone is distracted with trying to fight this firestorm, I turn to the one thing that always has answers, the darkness, and I ask it how we can find a safety to the city.
Oh my!
Which is a thing I could do for my seer moves. Return a gem and ask the darkness for something you need. The DM will tell you what it costs. If you pay the price, the darkness will deliver.
Great, you're asking the darkness.
I'm asking the darkness for passage, so to speak.
Great. This can only end well.
Okay. And although the darkness doesn't speak to you directly in this case, the singing bowl in your hands, like the volume increases, of course, because the darkness around you increases, and you can feel the wind and that kind of lashing gloom and everything around you kind of buffeting it. I think you know the cost of that passage.
Yes. I make sure no one's watching. Again, they're infighting and flickering flames everywhere. And then with all of my draconic strength, I hurl the bowl upwards into the storm. That should keep it busy.
Okay, it disappears. Yep, it disappears, and yeah, and that nothing visibly changes, but you are confident that you guys could make it to the city without further danger.
Then I will call out to my comrades, "Hey, my friends, we have a moment of respite. Let us rush."
All right, you guys, you hear him call for the charge forward.
No.
So, can I? Never. Well, I'm trying to figure out. Is there a way to convince players via charm? There's something that says they have to accept my aid, but
there is actually, well, there's something to accept your help. There's something to stand up to older dragons, but those are NPCs.
Right.
You pretty much you can mislead or trick another dragon, which I think you're gonna have to if you don't want Lorien to notice the bowl is missing.
I'm okay with that.
The rest of them might not notice, but Lorien is relying on it for his music right now, and you might need to.
It's also kind of impacted by the thing that I was trying to kind of control as sort of vanished anyway.
Yeah, that's true. So, do you wanna roll that? See if you can trick him to.
This is not.
It's plus cunning.
This is gonna be XP, is what it's gonna be.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You don't need anyone to help you sing. Your voice is just fine the way it is. Let's go.
You are trying to lie to a friend.
Not
Take a shadow point.
I think you just drew attention to.
Oh, did you say I get a shadow point?
You're taking a shadow point. That's the effect of that 5.
So, would this constitute as taking a shadow point while engaging the darkness?
No, because you are engaging your friend. So which So
wow.
Which shadow do you want to take? It could count as lashing out.
I got a great idea here. So if I rush towards him and he looks confused and doesn't seem to believe my lie, I will rely on fear and try and grab him and bring him down with me, so he has no choice but.
Oh, like physically bring him down.
Yeah.
All right, and you're super good at grappling, right?
Have I seen that the Firenado is gone at this point?
Yeah. So Lorien, here's what's going on. You have been, controlling the Firenado and moving on a path and everything, and then something happened, and you kind of felt like a counterforce going on, some chaos, and then it dissipated. As and you could you're pretty familiar with Sparkle's magic. So unless Sparkle, you didn't want to hide that was you, right?
No, I was proud of it.
Okay, so so Sparkle kind of tried to take it back, but it just sort of dissipated. Which at least then you don't have to deal with a Firenado. And
that I don't
so you're
judge because that was an accident. I mean, it was what it was.
Yeah,
it happened.
Sure. Well, I mean, it might have been deliberate. And now Sliver has just tackled you after saying something like, your singing voice is great, and then just leapt on you for some reason. Do you want to let him hit you?
I'm going to try to evade him. I would like to try to evade him because I see no good reason why he should be trying to tackle me down.
Okay, so just roll plus courage.
My courage is...
Anybody want to hinder him? Come on.
Unless you can convince me of some reason why he's going to make it seem like it was in my best interest for him to tackle me.
Man, it's not even clear why he tackled you. It was just kind of like your music was stopping, and then the singing bowl stopped, and then he just tackled you.
Yeah. I think everything is like happening. Actually, yeah, everything's kind of happening fast here. Like, and that's not it doesn't seem natural to what he should be doing. I mean, I don't.
Well, I mean, Sliver's a seer. They're all a little weird.
Yeah, but you know. Oh, come on.
This is totally normal.
Totally normal.
No, you failed to.
Huh?
Oh, he posted in the chat. He's a tackle hugger. It's totally normal.
Now we just have to see if he gets out of the way, right?
Did my roll go in?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Okay.
You had a dot or slash before.
Ah. Cursed thing. That was whack.
Oh, that was wiggity whack.
Ouch.
Hen. Okay.
Do you have a bonus?
For courage.
No, I do not.
Still, that's a
Okay.
good roll.
That was straight up.
Yep. Straight up. All right. So you dodge easily out of the way. Surat, clearly, Lorian has been taking lessons from you on like how to escape something, because he just totally just dodges beautifully. But Sliver, you've got that shadow point now. Just saying. And you kind of tumble past in the air, but you're not in any other impending danger or anything. So yeah. And speaking of Surat, who's watching this full, okay.
Goes on as I'm dodging.
I'm watching this tackle, am I?
So
Well, it was a fail tackle, yeah.
the fear effect is, how long does it last for? I mean, how long am I acting out of fear for?
That was it. You did it.
Okay.
You don't have to continue to act out of it. You still have the point, but
Yeah.
you don't have to continue to act upon it. All right, so you guys are kind of hanging out in the air, and go ahead and discuss. I know Sparkle has a different idea of what we should do at this point.
All right. Who's leading the charge back to town? Somebody wanted to go back to town, right?
We need to go back to town, because that's where the heart of this storm is. No matter what you do out here to try and stop it and save the wilderness, unless we destroy the heart, it won't matter.
Look, man, this whole thing's gonna burn one day. Because fire is natural. That's one of the 4 elements. And it's cool because it's all gonna go back to the way that nature intended. But we gotta save these trees from this darkness. That's what really has to happen.
And in order to do that, we have to get to the heart of the darkness.
Sparkle,
The
weren't
heart
you
of
the
the
one that...
darkness is definitely the city, man. It's that urban sprawl, the government, like industrial military complex. It's the Illuminati. It's all of this, man, just piled on top. I'm like getting my worked up. See, what you've got to do is you've got to open your eyes and see the big picture. The darkness is the dragon, man. He's like looking down on us, and he's just keeping us down.
Is this
Gotta save the trees. We gotta save the trees. I got a friend down there who's a duck.
Oh man.
If you have a nest and the core structure, the core support of that nest is damaged and is causing damage to the rest of the nest. You can fix the rest of the nest all you want, but if you don't fix that core, then your nest is going to fall apart, and all of the fixing you do on the outside is going to be useless.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like I ain't nesting, man. That ain't me.
No, but it is a...
That would interrupt the moon dances, you know?
True.
Sparkle, didn't you suggest that you had some powerful items at home that might assist them? In a couch, perhaps?
Oh, okay. Sparkle's like face like gets all serious. Oh shit! I got nature there, man. We gotta go back to town.
That's kind of what I was trying to say by nest. You know, that if the core of your home, if the core structure of your home is
Yeah. Homes, spokes, cores. Cool. We gotta go get that, man. All right, let's go.
Sparkle is easily distracted.
ADD, anyone?
I feel bad. I'm role playing somebody I knew in college, and that makes me feel kind of bad.
I don't know why. It seems kind of awesome to me, but all right.
Actually, that kind of sounds like half of what goes on in this household.
Oh god. All right. So I'm on board.
All right.
Lorian just got tackled. Is Lorian on board?
We're going to have to clarify that whole tackling thing at some point. I look at Sliver. I suppose you had a good reason for that, but at the moment, I think we have bigger fish to fry.
Hey, Lorian, you still got that bowl? That thing was like really good for like
the bowl
sending
is not
out.
important. Let's not worry about that bowl.
I raise a foot for silence, or do a gesture for like. Shh. We have a problem.
We have a very large problem. It's a storm of darkness in the sky.
That too, but... And I suggest that we continue moving as we're talking, because, stalling isn't doing anyone any good. But we have a problem. And Sliver has been known to be the one that has been kind of the guardian or the keeper of the bowl, right?
Except for when I'm doing yoga.
Because I'd given it to... I kind of look over to Sliver.
You give it...
Is there something you perhaps should have told me about instead of tackling me?
Lorian, that bowl always meant so much to me, but then I realized the only way to save you and my friends was to let it go. It was a beacon calling out to the darkness. The only way we could escape was to let it go. Besides, I was worried that Sparkle was getting a little too close to that bowl.
You are definitely misleading or tricking another in this one.
No, that was honest. It was just charmingly interpreted.
Oh my god!
Okay, no longer Fire NATO, now it's Ice NATO.
Yeah, right?
Alright. away and calm the storm.
That was very specifically created against the darkness, not toward. We're going to have to be extra vigilant, you realize.
We have
Well, it's a good thing you have Stockholm.
Yeah.
You have Stockholm, the greatest warrior.
The greatest warrior. May I make a suggestion?
Indeed.
I'm gonna look at Sparkle and say, let's take a note from your Duck Friends page and fly in a V formation. We'll get there faster.
All right, I'm just gonna kind of like glass over and like be like, whoa. The ducks. Yeah, man.
That actually
Okay.
might make sense.
Do we go faster?
All right.
We do go faster by
well-
aerodynamics.
Sure, if aerodynamics count in a world where we have dragons. But more to the point, you do see, in fact, all of the dangers and so forth do not seem to affect you as you fly in formation towards the city. There's, every so often you'll see one of those brambles like reaching up, back and away. The monsters that you've seen in the air, they kind of stay away from you. Maybe your formation is intimidating them, or maybe it just helps you hide. I don't know. But you do make it to the city. It's totally not that they're avoiding you. Cool. All right. So yeah, as you approach the city, you do see that it seems to be just surrounded like a bowl of darkness around the whole city, and unless you guys stop, you can fly through it. It's not like there's not like a physical barrier.
When you say a bowl, is it like a dome, or like it's in like a basin of darkness?
It's like a basin. I mean, it's sort of rounded. It's kind of the darkness above, that vortex above, sort of makes a layer, almost like if you've seen like a really dense storm layer in the sky, and so this is kind of shaped, it's kind of rounded around the city.
Yeah.
But it's more basin-like than Definitely go through it.
Okay.
Well, I think first stop is Sparkle's couch, and then second stop, evil.
I think I
All
agree.
Right. So you dive through the darkness into the city itself, and the barrier is it's a few dragon lengths thick of this just pitch black as you're going through it, and then when you come through the other side, eerily, the city itself is well lit. There's no sense of this danger and gloom that has descended. In fact, if anything,
the city
it seems
doesn't know about it.
Exactly, and there's lanterns lit all over. The moon dance that you do out in the wilderness is that Sparkle's own like ritual thing. But here in the city, those lunar celebrations, they're a little more urban. There's kind of a parade. They've got lanterns. It's very festive, and there's music everywhere, and you see dragons all over the place. This is the capital city. There's people are buying stuff. People are giving each other gifts. It's like a normal festival night.
Why am I reminded of the impression I got from a radio drama I once heard where they had the carnival in Rio?
I'm not familiar with it, but sure. It's a little bit like Rio, like Carnival or Mardi Gras. Or even like Chinese New Year. There's there's special foods that people or dragons eat at this time, and all the lights are up and everything.
Wow. Okay.
I think I would like to do some magic since I'm holding on to these silly gemstones. Is it possible, my assumption is that something is preventing the people of the city from seeing the storm. Is there some kind of dragon magic to reveal illusions or to give them insight?
Sure. Probably either void to negate something or deflect, or liberty to purify them from whatever illusion they're suffering under.
Okay. So first, I would like to call on Stockholm. Do you have any gems, Stockholm? I would know that if we were sitting at the same table.
I think I've got one gem.
Okay. So if I call on Stockholm to aid me, that's what I want to do first, to see if he will aid me. And I think if I ask someone to aid me and I succeed, then something like they can get an XP if they help me, something like that. I forget.
A move of yours?
No, it's a basic move. Here it is. When you insist that I accept their help. Never mind. I just do the magic.
Okay.
So I roll 2d6 plus gems. These are gems that I'm using.
The gems you turn in.
Okay. Come on, d6, don't fail me now.
Wow, cool.
Cool. So you pick 2.
Yep.
Powerful, controlled, or impressive?
Boy. I want it to be impressive because I don't want people to shrug off when I'm showing them. And I want it to be controlled so that if it's not powerful enough to hit everybody, I can hit key individuals in the city.
Okay.
So impressive.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Your eyes change, and you're you normally you have dragon eyes, right? But your left eye shifts and becomes like this like bright. What color is your dragon?
He is metallic blackish.
Metallic blackish. So your left eye shifts and it becomes this piercing purple beam. And as you like turn it on one of your allies, like that veil of darkness around that has given this whole town, the capital city, this false bubble of safety appearance. And you called on Stockholm to help you, so it'll be Stockholm who gets this. So you turn your eye on Stockholm, and he's struck by it. And Stockholm, you can see what Sliver sees of the darkness around, and you also now can see this raging storm. It's like that bubble around the city is gone, and now you can see this maelstrom above, and the horrifying wilderness beyond. So Sliver, you have this power. It is not unlimited. So it is within your control. You've got an eyelid. So it's whenever you peer at somebody with that eye, you can basically make the darkness apparent to them. And I think I want to make it a roll.
It worked for me.
So, and we're gonna make it. What's your? Yeah, let's make it interesting. Charm is your stat, is your main stat, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be plus charm, and on a 10 or better, it works. On a 7 to 9, then I'll give you a hard choice, and the choice might be that it stops working.
Gotcha.
On a 6 or less, that might be when it really stops working.
So,
okay.
I hear you. So, and I don't know when this will come up, but the first one he would look for is, I'm assuming being dragons are guards would be in high places. So that would be the first people he would look towards. Like if there's a guard tower, that's where he would aim the purple eye.
All right, hold on a second. I want to write this out.
Yay, small workrooms.
Okay, let me know if that makes sense. This is your new move, Sliver the Seer.
Oh, okay. Totally makes sense. I got it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Actually, I suppose the third statement could just say the darkness notices an axe, because the assumption is that it works unless you choose it doesn't work.
Gotcha.
Okay, so all right, you guys, yeah. So you peer first at a guard, right?
Yes.
Just some random, guard who's high up on one of the towers.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll.
So the eyelid has become a move now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he
Until I
opened
look-
his eye.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dude, you just blew that guy's mind.
Once
You
I started
totally
on
did.
guard duty, and all of a sudden,
Right? Yeah. Okay. So, Stockholm. You know that guard. That guard is one of your family members. He's from your house. Which I guess means he's also from Sparkle's house. What? Tell me. This particular dragon. We'll say that his name.
Jaretooth.
What?
His name is Jaretooth.
Jaretooth?
Yeah.
Jaretooth?
There we go.
Right.
That works.
Jaretooth. All right. Jaretooth of Tessith, he's kind of lazy, which is why he's on guard duty on festival night when there are never any problems. But he's older than you, which means that you're supposed to, owe him some respect. And when this thing hits him, he starts looking around, and you can see him unfurl his wings, and you see that he appears to be uncertain and maybe afraid. What are you gonna do? He's not too far away. You could probably fly up to him.
I'm going to fly up to him and say, ooh. I'm gonna say, Tooth, an illusion has been cast on the town, and we're all in grave danger.
I can see it's like a storm, right?
Yeah.
The illusion is it's really good. Did you do that?
No. That's not the illusion. The illusion is nothing's happening. What you're seeing
Okay.
right now is real. Yeah. We just came from outside.
No way.
Why don't you go outside and take a look, and then I'll stay
I can't leave my post.
here and watch your post. Here.
No. I can't leave because I already got written up once this week.
Can you send your superior outside, maybe?
Oh man. But if it's nothing.
If it's nothing, then I'll take full responsibility for it.
You? Come on.
It's better than you taking responsibility.
Look, no, I'm not going to pass down responsibility to a raw scale Drake. I mean, that would be irresponsible for me.
How about if I go down to the festival and grab you some something to eat? Will that kind of...
Well, sure. I'm a little snacky. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Thanks.
will that work?
Thanks, dude.
Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't think that that's any sort of like bargain.
Oh. Yeah, and then you go find your superior while I do this, and then we'll meet back up here after you convince him.
Oh no way! Just go get me a snack. It's cool. I'll just keep an eye on this this illusionary storm. It's pretty good.
Can you tell me where your superior is?
What was that?
Is Tooth like my cousin or something? Because he is totally.
He sounds
my
like
type.
it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he's kind of lazy, so kissing cousins. Yeah.
Whoa! Hey, we don't talk about that stuff in Dragonia, man. It's cool.
We do that. We just don't talk about it.
We just don't talk about it, man. It's cool.
Okay, so yeah, do you wanna? I mean, it sounds like you're kind of trying to convince him to do what you're telling him to, right?
Yeah.
Roll plus courage. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. That's redonkulous. Okay, you can either delight him and he'll give you something. He will do a favor or accommodate you, which is just kind of what you're trying to do. Or you intrigue him and he will tell you something useful and interesting.
And that is correct. And that's in addition to him addressing our concern. Is that correct? How that works, or is that?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh. Okay. I'd like to get the interesting thing.
Something interesting. Okay.
Yeah, especially in concern to anybody of my position.
He's already, he's all right. Well, all right. I'll go. I'll tell the sergeant about this thing. Hey, listen. Between you and me, you remember that girl that Sparkle was meeting up with?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is like no big deal, but I think she's got like a thing for Budzilla because she's been following him around all night. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a crazy night, man.
Oh man, I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go let the Sarge know about this storm thing, and I'll meet up with you in a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
So he like flies off.
I'm gonna turn to Sparkle and say, "I'm sorry."
Like, yeah. So can I crash on your couch tonight?
Um, yeah, sure, that's fine.
All
Just make
right.
sure,
You get a
don't leave
charity
anything at my
point.
house.
You get a charity point.
Thank you.
Aww. A good question for Sparkle then is, are your gems still at her house?
No, we stopped there before we came to this. Remember?
Oh, yeah, okay. You didn't
That was
really
our
narrate
first
that,
stop.
but sure. That was going to be, well, that was going to be your first stop, but then you got here and you saw this this impending danger. So it might be that you thought that you were like heading that way right now.
Yeah, I thought we were on the way.
Okay, if we were on the way and they had stopped to do this eye magic stuff, I would have just kept going because I'm driven
Okay, all right. So,
to
all right.
protect the
So
earth and herbs.
you are separated from the party at this point. Did anybody go with Sliver or with Sparkle when he kept going?
Yeah, go with
Cool.
I would.
Okay. All right. So Surat, you would have gone with him. Okay.
Yep.
So the two of you headed off towards towards your Lady Love's place. And what's her name? If
Her
you say
name is-
Saffron, I will inflict 2 points of shadow on you. What?
Her name is Juniper.
Juniper. So, like
But
Saffron, I got it.
after I find out about Buttzilla, I'm gonna call her Jezebel.
I see. Well, so you're heading towards Juniper's nest, basically. Yeah, all the NPCs start with J's.
Great.
Sure.
Lovely.
Okay. That's entertaining. All right. So you guys are heading towards her nest, and it's easy to find. She's got it's kind of like an urban cave type of thing. It's built into a artificial cliff face and everything. And you're ducking in there. When you see like down below and kind of a couple blocks off, you actually see her, and she's like dancing her heart out. She's got she's like blowing flames in different colors, kind of raving and whatnot. And but you also see that she is apparently has decided to join Budzilla's groupie groupiness, because she's got posse. Thank you. She's got like a Rothscar medallion that she's wearing, and she's not from that house, and Budzilla has very specific markings. His scales are leaf-like and green, and they're all tipped with red. And she is wearing like a crest, like an artificial crest that is in the same scale shape, kind of like almost like she's some sort of groupie, just like she's really into his fandom or something. She's cosplaying him.
Great.
Okay, is there an investigate type thing where we can investigate it? Is this person shadow touched? I mean, Budzilla.
Ooh.
Because
Budzilla?
that is not
Well,
standard behavior for an adult dragon.
true. Do you want to study him? You'd have to get close to him.
Shadow touched being
Sure.
has fallen.
I'm
Well,
gonna
it
kind
could
of
be
come up from behind. Yeah.
Well, what you see her, you don't really see Budzilla over there.
Oh, he's not there?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, confronting her doesn't seem in character, so um, but this strikes me as odd.
You could study her and try to ask her some questions or learn things from her.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to her in the most like non-confrontational manner because I don't do the confrontation thing. I'm gonna be like,
Sure, yeah.
so hey baby, what's up? And use that as an excuse to examine.
She's just dancing. She's like, "Oh, Sparkle!" And like gives you a really fake hug, actually. Roll charm, plus charm.
Roll plus charm. Okay.
11. You may ask 2 of the questions on the Study Another Dragon list.
Give me a sec.
Okay. I'm going to let you review the list while I turn to Sirat, the daredevil, who, of course, has been following you along and helped you get your stuff out of Juniper's cave. Let's see, Juniper, and what was the other one? Jartooth?
Jartooth was the guard.
Okay. So Sirat, you're kind of like following along behind Sparkle as he's now apparently confronting his girlfriend, and everybody's dancing to kind of there's a drum circle thing going, and you notice that a lot of them do have these like green and red tipped headdresses that they've crests that they've put on. Which looks a little weird on some of the other dragons because they're not all. Most of them aren't even green, so it's kind of
really
a little
for
strange. Yeah, exactly. You want to do anything or just kind of hang back and stay loose?
Actually, I will stay loose and just hang out in the background.
Okay. All right.
I've chosen my questions.
Okay. Go.
What could I learn from you? That's the first one.
Okay. What could you learn from her? You could learn why. Oh, I'll just go with this. You could learn where Budzilla is.
Okay. And what is your character hoarding?
from the others?
Yeah.
What is she hoarding? Ooh, well, that's what it is now.
That's what is now.
I like sweet dance moves, but I'm going to go with Stockholm's answer, Budzilla's eggs.
Oh.
Ouch.
So I've obtained this through conversation?
Through conversation and observation, and yeah.
Okay, so...
She's all in.
So, Sparkle... Well, Sparkle's heart belongs to no one. Sparkle's really more crushed that he's got to find another couch. But
right.
But he's going to act really hurt. How long have you been two-timing me, baby? Like, not cool.
Are you trying to trick her?
No. Asking her a question.
All right. Oh, it's just a thing. It's because he's so amazing, and you should really meet him, Sparkle. He's like He'll just blow your mind. He'll open your mind. It's great.
My mind is open, baby. It's open enough to know I ain't gonna have nobody's eggs, babe.
Look, things happen. It's cool. It's all love. It's just love.
It's just love now, but wait until like 4 years from now. You're a housewife doing dishes. Is that what you want, man? Open your eyes.
No, he's a free spirit. Godzilla's a free spirit. You're way more alike than you realize.
Yeah.
He's totally, you know what? You should come tonight. He's talking at the council right now. It's gonna be like a big thing.
Well, I'll come, baby. And I ain't gonna do anything because I'm a pacifist.
Awesome.
I tried nothing, and I'm all out of ideas.
Tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Okay, so yeah, she's, look, you just move with the dance. She's like tries to get you back into the dance. And in fact, it's her dancing that's how you realize she's got his eggs, because she hasn't laid them yet.
Sure.
It's the way
Yeah,
she's
sure,
dancing, and yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of gives you the impression.
Okay. All right. So you unless you have something further for Juniper, you guys can reunite.
Yeah, no, I'll remember the time and place for Godzilla, I guess, but
apparently he's addressing the council like right now. So
yeah,
if you want to find
on.
him, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, like she's like she thinks there's gonna be like a party in front of and around the council building. Like at midnight. Midnight's a good night for that, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, especially for
so you guys
celebrating
Yes, Sparkle. Yes, there will definitely be Kool-Aid.
Yeah, there will be Kool-Aid.
Oh God.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you guys have reconvened. It is currently in the real world 1:52 p.m. and that means we have less than 10 minutes left in the game. Does anyone have to go immediately at 2?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Do you guys mind if we run a little bit?
I'll need to take like maybe 45 seconds to run the dog real quick, but that'll take me just a second. Heck, I'll just.
Okay. Well, I think
more than an hour overall. I'll run.
No, it won't. It won't run over. Really, it's closer to like half an hour. Let's take a 5-minute bio break because your dog's not the only one who needs something. And then we'll finish up. We'll do like a little half hour and then we'll finish up. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
We'll be right back. Yay, maneuvering through the catwalk. This is going to be fun. Ah! And knocking things over.
Okay, back.
I'm back.
Hello.
Yep.
Are we still missing somebody?
Sparkle is here.
Sean, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
James, you're
Whoever is
back?
present.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Terrence, are you back? I think I heard you. Nope,
You thought
not back
wrong.
yet. Oh, and I grabbed a snack while I was downstairs. Oh, that's the problem with a 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. time slot. It's like lunch.
Yeah, it seems poorly thought out. I had a yogurt
Yeah,
and some potato chips. Yum yum.
yeah. God, who decided to put it at 10 o'clock? Oh, wait, that was me.
At least
Well,
it's a,
I actually planned ahead and I had something to eat just before the game started.
Right, because it's just after dinner time, huh?
Yeah, and I've been snacking on cookies.
Yeah, that's the problem with GMing is when I'm GMing online, I don't want to have the munching noise on the microphone, and I can't really do push to talk when I'm GMing. It doesn't quite work.
I've seen you GM. Push to slurp would be more appropriate.
Oh, thank you. I think that's more appropriate for when I'm playing though. Oh my gosh.
Right?
My players now just ask, so what is Stephanie drinking tonight? How bad is it gonna get?
Is it beer? All right, we might get slapped around. Is it hard liquor? TPK.
is there a place that you guys can suggest that has a semi-summative list of Apocalypse World derived material?
There
I
is.
just keep hearing about various hacks, and I'm like, wow, I never heard of that.
There is, and I can't remember off the top of my head. But I know there is one.
Okay.
It's a thing.
List of Apocalypse World hacks. It is the big list of Apocalypse World hacks, which is here.
I guess just typing it into Google wasn't my first thought, but clearly it should have been.
Yeah, well, I knew that there was one that helped. I don't think it's been updated in a while. But I know it hasn't been updated in a while. Well, it's got Worldwide Wrestling on it. But that's just marked as a first draft, and it just shipped like 2 weeks ago. So. And it doesn't. I know it doesn't have Epyllion on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it has Monster of the Week. So there's a lot that aren't in here actually. Spirit of 77's not on here.
Yeah,
They've been working on that for years.
Yeah.
That which isn't on here either. Well, I've not come across it yet anyway.
So which one?
Night Witches.
Night Witches, yeah. Yeah, that's also AW.
Thinking about trying to port over World of Darkness's Mage to Apocalypse World Engine, because I love the game, but I love the Apocalypse World Engine. We'll see. A little skeptical.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's working on that right now. Urban Shadow is Apocalypse World blended with World of Darkness.
Urban Shadow, you said?
Urban Shadows, yeah. Yeah, it was a Kickstarter, and I think it's already released. I know that the Kickstarter had a pre-release, so.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, it looks like they've got all of the. I'll have to link to it and see what I can find out. Cool. And that is on the list.
And anyone who doesn't know, Sean wrote Out of the Blue, which is one of my favorite small investigative type of games, because it's a buddy cop game, which is totally awesome.
I keep meaning to have a proper look at that, and I never get around to downloading it from RPG Drive-Thru.
Yeah.
I will do it.
Actually,
yay for dog.
That was one of the. Yay! That was one of the games that I put on offer at Games on Demand last weekend at Oricon. Was Out of the Blue. If we only had like one or two people, it would have worked fine. So. Instead, we ended up playing Best Friends. I'm actually in Las Vegas, but I go to Strategicon at least twice a year because it's a lot of fun.
My brother's a fairly regular there at the Strategicon events. Yeah. He does more of the board games, like the Settlers.
Okay.
Pete Van Ettinger is his name.
Pete Van Ettinger, okay.
You may or may not have seen
recognize it. You know, I don't do a whole lot of the board games. I'm mostly down in the RPG caverns, so...
he used to do more. He used to do some of that, but...
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get some friends to do some role playing, but it's an hard time persuading them. Because
like a local home group, or...
It's a local gaming shop.
Mhm.
So I am trying to get a couple of games going, but it's getting the people.
Yeah, I'm trying to start up a new campaign that I tried to start it up right around the holidays, and that was a really bad idea. Because the holidays, and then people got sick. I got sick. I traveled. It was a mess. But we're thinking about. Yeah, there was also a date change in the middle of all that because we outgrew our space at the game store. So. Terrence, Terrence, come back to us. What?
I'm right here.
You're right
My
here.
bad. I thought you were the one person we were waiting on.
Nope,
Oh, that's
I'm
a
right
really
here.
strong
No. He came back. We're good. We're ready.
I'm the one that's
Yeah, we're ready anytime.
Yay, dog business.
Yep, we're ready anytime. We were just sort of noodling. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
But
No
we are low on time, so we should hurry up. Yeah.
So
That's fair. Okay, so you guys head to the council chambers.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep.
All
Have
right,
we all
let's do it.
Pick the girl.
aware of what's going on? Have we all been kind of updated?
I think so. I mean, you guys know that Budzilla had fallen to the darkness before, so he's or Avarith. So he's kind of a known entity as in terms of being at risk.
Well respected
and-
or something?
He's well respected, and they don't, the other dragons of his age group, which are pretty old, and therefore mostly in power. They think that he's, if he fell once before, like he's been brought back, he's fine, but maybe not. So yeah, you guys. So here's what you have with you. You have Sliver's magic eye. You have. Does Lorian want to prepare a song before you go in?
I think so. Yes. I think Lorian is going to prepare a song to I think the thought here would be to encourage seeing of the, to encourage level-headed perception of the truth, as it were.
Okay. All right. So you are going to basically it's like a soothsaying song.
Kind of,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to create it.
Okay.
Before you imbue it with magic.
Alrighty. Let me clear this
Magic
out.
brownies.
What? Somebody's making. Oh God! Somebody's making brownies. That's bad.
Magic brownies.
Plus cunning,
Moon
right?
magic, man.
Moon magic.
It's plus cunning, yes.
It is for you. Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, failure's
Okay.
always useful.
Awesome. Okay.
Ouch!
Failure is always exciting. All right.
This layer it's messing with the sound waves, man.
Okay. Your song. Your song has counterpoint to it, and the counterpoint is actually yeah, it picks up in the drum circle that that Avarith's followers are setting up outside the council chambers. And you are you're actually going to have to rely on this kind of dark drum circle to make your song work. Do you still want to try to imbue it with the magic?
Damn. Not if it's gonna have to depend on the darkness to.
What's the worst that could happen, right?
If it's gonna have to depend on something that I'm pretty sure is probably darkness energy, I don't know that I want to trust my magic to that.
I like the picture.
All right. So, thank you. All right. So you're gonna hold off on, but you know you've made the song, and yeah, it's definitely gonna it's counterpoint to really be carried off. All right. Let's see. Surat, is there anything that you need or want to do to prepare for this confrontation?
Just sharpen up my clothes, ready for the fray.
Ready for the fray. Do you have your little bat? Do you want to send it in to scout?
Actually, that's a good idea because I'll send the bat in. At least then we can get an idea of the forces and roughly where Budzilla actually is. So if we know where he is.
Okay. And Stockholm, is there anything that you want to do to prepare for this coming event?
I want to go to the festival and eat food and bring it back for everybody.
Okay.
All
right.
Don't fight on an empty stomach.
Okay. No fighting on an empty stomach. That's fair.
Sure. Maybe that was my problem.
You know, yeah, right. Some playbooks have moves that are good to do as preparation, like Sliver and Lorien, and some playbooks just it's really, it's really not necessary. Yeah. So Sparkle, is there anything you want to do in preparation for the coming confrontation?
Sparkle's going to meditate. Sparkle is Sparkle is a pacifist, so Sparkle's actually not going to fight. Sparkle's just going to try and open some minds,
Okay. Do you want to study the area or anything?
No, I'd really rather be one with the universe.
Be one with the universe. All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
I would like to suggest something in character, I guess. Seeing that our friend is not going to engage, perhaps he can call on the power of the moons and share his peaceful ways with the innocent so that nobody innocent is injured in the fray to come.
Oh.
That is actually a very good idea, I think.
It's super groovy.
I'm going to give you a point because that was a very charitable thought. All right, yeah. So yeah, I'll do a separate action outside to try and open the minds of the people so they can see, sort of liberate them from the shadow that's overtaking Dragonia.
Is that what you want to do, or do you want to protect them from the chaos that's about to happen?
Gosh, protect would be a better thing to do, but that doesn't seem in character. Yeah, no, I want to blow their minds.
You want to blow their minds. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
No, it's not about being warm and buzzed, man. It's about like opening the doors of perception.
Okay.
See.
Go ahead and return some stones.
Well, I've only got one.
All right.
So I want them to see what like Budzilla like is hiding from them. I want them to see the truth. So a big spell.
They can't handle the truth, you know.
Oh, they can handle the truth, man. That's just a lie by the military-industrial complex, and yeah.
Okay. You're out there with the sign.
Yeah, exactly. I have a little placard. The end is near.
Yep. Okay. So you can cast it powerfully, controlled, or impressive.
I don't need props, so impressive isn't important, and I don't like to control my anything, so it's just going to be big and powerful.
Oh! This is going to go very well.
All right, so here's what happens. All right, and Stockholm, you're back with the food. People have had a little something, a little nosh. Sarat, you have sent in your bat, whose name is?
Tiny.
What was it? Tiny?
Tiny.
Tiny the bat. So Tiny the bat carries messages but doesn't actually talk to you, right? Or does it?
It doesn't. It just says carry messages far and wide. So I'd assume that he'd just at least talk to me. Otherwise,
Yeah. No, I don't think it talks carry. But it's not really. Oh, does he speak duck?
Does he speak
duck? Who is it that speaks duck?
Two of us. More.
I guess I do since I taught it. And I taught it to Lorian.
Sparkle has taught me.
Right. Okay. All right. So yeah, they have a hard time with vowels. Yeah. So go ahead and roll cunning, Sarat, to see if you and Tiny are actually able to talk. We'll make it a cunning.
That's not too bad. I wonder. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's get this right.
Awesome. You guys speak perfectly to each other. In fact, you can write down on your character sheet you speak bat.
Cool.
So yes, he's able to actually scout, not just carry. In this case, so he flies in to the council chambers, and when he comes back, he tells you very excitedly, in squeaky, 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 because he's a bat, that
he's a bat.
That Avarith is addressing the whole council chamber, but all of the dragons appear to be kind of bowing to him, and he's not sure, but there's like some kind of item, like a special hat or something, that Avarith is putting on.
Can it be a fez?
Oh God! Dragon head.
You know, Tiny isn't sure what it actually is. That's why he described it as a hat.
It's a head
I
thing.
think it's right. It's some sort of thing that goes on your head.
Sounds more like a headdress or something.
How come I've got this funny feeling it's a certain singing bowl? I've just got a funny feeling.
That it's the singing bowl?
Oh,
well,
God.
it wasn't before, but it is now.
Hooray! Thanks a lot, Surat.
Okay.
Little magic turned against me. Oh no.
So it sounds like, based on the scene the bat is describing, and I'm assuming it's kind of being relayed to us, that time may be of the essence. I
Time is
suggest
of the
that
essence.
Stockholm lead the charge here. That's my suggestion.
Let's do it.
All right. So as Stockholm leads the charge, Sparkle, your amazing spell had gone off, right? Yes, it did, and it's out of your control, and the dragon in the city is suddenly affected, as if Sliver's eye had fallen on them, except for the ones in the drum circle. That you know, the ones that are wearing these headdresses and crests, they seem to be too wrapped up in what they're doing to pay any attention to what's going on outside of their little circle. So they are still there as kind of a, you know, the followers of Arath. Stockholm, you lead the charge into the council chambers or the council building. So you have to get past this drum circle. And how are you guys going to do that?
Well, actually, I've got a really cool idea. Could we cast some sort of? Hang on a second.
So wait, the drum circle appears to be in support of the darkness. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it's in support of Arath.
Yeah, right. The idea was, could we draw upon the magic of the moons to actually put some sort of spell on us to make them look like them, like dressed in their garb, or try and find.
Oh, you want to impersonate?
Yes.
You want to impersonate the?
Now that I could see using the drum circle actually to our advantage for.
Dude, they're a drum circle.
Totally could.
How hard could it be to get past?
We have a drummer, and yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, if you want to, you don't even need to use mood magic for it. You just have to trick them with cunning.
You said earlier that there were other dragons with that artificial crest on them. Is there like a stand that's distributing those?
No, but they're fairly easy to come by, and you know, people are like handing them out. You know, as long as you're joining the circle, they're like, oh yeah, here, put this on, plur for everybody.
Like somebody has set aside because they've like gone off to go get food or something.
Dim sum. Sure. Get your fandom gear one side. Here, let me give you a ribbon. Yeah. Yeah. So you guys, you can grab a couple of them, and so you're tricking these other dragons, this drum circle of dragons.
Yes. Basically
so
doing a total impression of their thing.
Right. So everybody roll cunning.
Shoot.
Wow.
Wow.
Make sure there's nothing in the roll.
One of us partially succeeded.
I guess. So we have 2 successes, barely hits, and 3 misses. Okay, and let's face it,
Crap.
like, I mean, you rolled a 1 on a 2d6.
It's been well established. Sliver is
Impressive.
not a drum circle person. So.
Yeah, this is true. So, like, Sparkle, you get into it. Lauren, you totally get into it. I mean, yeah, it's a drum circle of darkness. On the other hand, it's a drum circle, so both of you
A drum circle
are
is the energy you put into it.
That's right, exactly. So the two of you kind of you get in, you're grooving with it. You get close enough to the building, but Sliver, you put on the headdress. You kind of step into the drum circle, and you and Stockholm kind of stick out like sore thumbs. In part because Stockholm can't dance, so he's
I
just
feel
sort
my
of
groove.
yeah. So he's like trying to feel the groove, and like yeah, it's pretty bad, and people just they kind of give you this weird look, and then they try to help you, and that's worse. Because their method of help, like, glom onto you and like grab you and just kind of like, no, like this, man, like this, So they're kind of entrapping you. Surat, that goes for you as well, but I'm pretty sure you have ways of getting out of such entrapments.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, Surat, as you're basically being grappled by a couple of drum circle dragons?
Well, basically, as they put me, I would try. I'll just try and slip through them.
Okay. Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you're like, so you just slide right out like I don't know. No dragon's gonna hold me down.
No.
And yeah, you slip right by. Sliver and Stockholm, you guys are still being kind of trapped in there. Stockholm, how do you want to get out of this, or do you want to get out of this?
Come back to me in a second.
Okay, Sliver.
Boy. The closer we get to the epicenter, the more traumatized Sliver's becoming because he feels like his vision's going to unfold in the worst possible way. So,
Seems likely.
oh yes, it's super likely. I'm going to give into the darkness and draw on shadow magic to lash these people away from me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
All right. And you have a condition, right? So
I do.
Go ahead
gives
and
me
roll.
a bonus. So I add one for my condition, correct?
That's right.
Ooh.
Ouch.
I can't apparently digitally roll. This thing is horrid.
Don't feel too bad. I have gone multiple weeks without rolling above a 6 on a d20 in Roll20. So sometimes the dice just hate you. All right. So you are you're trying to get a grip on the shadow magic that is sort of driving this drum circle, and instead you start participating in the drum circle. Your tail's like, you're giving in, and you're just giving that energy to the darkness. Is what happens. Stockholm.
Oh, great.
I'm back on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna cry out, "I can't dance," and then just try to fly out, like really embarrassed.
Okay. All right. I don't think you need to roll for that. You can just fly upwards, but you won't really be able to get into the building.
Is there a window outside of the council room?
Not really. Most of them are down low just because the way the building is constructed. It's constructed like a cave.
I'll wait and see what my friend Sliver decides to do and
Sliver has apparently decided to join the dance.
try to get us both in there. Oh, then maybe I'll go lie next to him and say, Sliver, we need to go. No more dancing.
You only say
Yeah,
that
that's right.
because you have not felt the energy of this dance.
That's a good point.
Why
don't you...
I'm going to...
Go ahead, sorry.
No. I'm gonna head over to one of the drums. And I want to start banging on it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you're gonna join the drum circle. All right.
I'm using my lack of groove to mess up
disrupt it.
Yeah.
He's doing basically a breaker rhythm.
A counter song, essentially. All right. Lorian and Sparkle and Surratt, you are all three at the entrance to the council chambers. Are you all going in? Or are you gonna wait?
Actually,
I'd go in.
Okay. Surratt, you go straight in.
Yeah.
Lorian?
Listening to learning partially from my flop earlier, and B, hearing my own, or hearing, somebody, I don't know if I know that it is Stockholm yet. I'm going to try to basically do also go for a disruption, disrupt the rhythm, disrupt the flow of this thing.
Okay. And Sparkle, what are you gonna do?
Am I not still tied up?
No, you got through.
Everybody crazy.
No, you've completed that, and you made it through the dancers and the drum circle. So you can go into the council chambers if you want. You can stay out here if you prefer. It's kind of up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna haul ass into the council chambers with my platter of brownies and like I don't know, some musical instrument over my back, and just be like.
Okay.
We gotta shatter the doors, man.
Okay. All right. So you and Surratt the Daredevil are going straight in. Lorian, you're trying to basically countersong, right?
I'm basically countersong. Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll to make the song, like you did before. So it's plus, what is that? Cunning? Yeah.
So I'm going to make the song with the cunning of the master.
Okay. All
Damn.
right, so your counter song, it goes off, but and it like disrupts the drum circle enough to break the spell on the dragons that were participating in it. Unfortunately, this angers them. And they turn on you and Sliver and Stockholm. Actually, Sliver, they might not turn on you because you were really helping them. Sparkle and Surratt, you two have gone into the chambers, and what you see is you see Avarith, the Bold, also known as Budzilla,
And that was probably
with
my
his
bowl
green
that he was
scales.
using to amplify and reverb off of.
Sure. And yes, and he has, and in fact, he has set a what appears to be, some says, oh, it's a singing bowl that's on top of his head, and he is picking up a scepter that and appears to be making himself king of all of Dragonia. What are you guys gonna do?
Well, I am going to start a speech. I guess this would be, I don't know, charm,
Okay.
and see if I can sort of dissuade people by talking about how big pharma is trying to control them, and they need to get rid of their gluten, and I'm going to start passing out intoxicants because that's what I do.
All right.
Just to kind of try to disrupt the scene.
Sure. You're definitely standing up to. Actually, you're standing up to older dragons. This is courage.
Yes, I am. Oh, it's courage. All right. No one listens
Awesome.
to the hippie.
Right. I think what I would do, I'm going to make a beeline for Budzilla, and I'm going to try and get the ball off his head. It's really bold.
Okay. It's very bold. You are acting despite danger. Roll courage. You are just dive bombing. You're not even pausing. This speechifying of Sparkles does not affect you. Roll plus courage. All we were saying is, give Peas a chance, but let me dive bomb you. Okay. Sean, thank you for joining us.
Nice
We'll be
meeting you,
done
Sean.
very soon.
No problem.
Thanks
My
a lot.
apologies. Y'all have a good one. Talk to you soon.
All right. Okay, so
Sean was
Sparkle.
right? No, Sean was Silver.
Sean was Sliver.
Silver, yeah.
Sliver. So Sparkle, you're like handing out the brownies and everything, and as the older dragons take them, and they're kind of like, yes, whatever, little Boy Scout, Drake Scout. They you see that let's see here. You see that there are like dark, like where their eyes normally should be. You see dark clouds instead of eyes. They've all just been kind of infected.
Right.
And you can hear the singing bowl muffled against Budzilla's head. Surratt, what are you gonna do? Oh, you rolled a 9. Sorry. You dive bombed Avarith, and like Sparkle's kind of getting a little discouraged over there because they're taking the brownies, but it's not seeming to be too effective and everything. And you can either grab the bowl and take it, but Avarith will like be able to attack you, or you can just knock it like with your tail as you fly by, in which case you won't be in range for him to directly attack you right away, but you won't have the bowl. Which would you prefer?
I think I want to go for the latter.
Okay. All right. So you do like a swing by and you knock the bowl off of his head, and it clatters to the ground, and the whole room fills with that sound, right? And the sound is drowned out by Avarith's roar as he leaps for the bowl. Are you gonna let him take it?
I'm gonna try and grab it myself now that it's off his head.
Okay, so the two of you dive for it together. Go ahead and roll again with courage.
Do I hear this out in the drum
Awesome.
circle as he's doing that?
Sweet.
Does it resonate out?
Yeah, just as your as like your spell is kind of, your counter spell is kind of, or song is kind of faltering, and everything, like all the drum circle and everything kind of stops, and they all turn towards you. You outside, you hear the singing bowl chime, or a ringing, and Surratt, you grab the bowl. And the thing is, with the singing bowl, you know that you can use it to kind of have a little extra boost permanently, but that's like kind of it. How would you? What would your method be? Or maybe Sparkle or Lorian would have another idea, or Stockholm. How would you guys, now that you have the bowl back, how would you guys use this and drive out the darkness?
Oh, it's simple. Somebody needs to play the bowl,
Amplify it.
and then I'll lead them in like a mantra.
And Stockholm, any ideas?
I gotta get to it first.
Well, I'm not even there, right?
Well, no, but you can hear it, so.
I mean, like, well, right now, are we, like, us being outside, are we being mobbed by all these dragons that aren't that happy with us, or what?
They're in imminent danger, but we're way over time, so I'm trying to get your ideas for how we're gonna wrap up. So, like, you've got the bowl. What would be how you guys would drive out the darkness with it? Lorian's gonna amplify. Stockholm.
Stockholm's thing is that, like, for one of his skills of honor, he's got the voice that penetrates the darkness, and so it'd just be something like he'd be shouting out like really, really loudly, just roaring like at the top of his lungs.
Okay.
Which actually could probably be used in conjunction with amplification too.
Yeah. Okay. So we're like fighting Avarath with sound, really. That's like everybody. So that's how you guys are gonna do it. So Lorian, you are you gonna make something to amplify, or are you going to make the chant that Sparkle will use?
I'll basically make the chant that Sparkle will use.
Okay. So you do.
I'm not gonna roll
it
because he's the one that's got the voice that penetrates.
Stockholm's gonna use it, but Sparkle is leading. Sparkle is leading everybody in a mantra. So you're gonna write the mantra, the chant that Sparkle's gonna like lead the crowd in doing.
Because
and
not
so the
only
two of
is
you
it
kind
the
of do
words of
that.
the chant, but it's the tones of the chant as well.
The tones, the intent. Surratt, you've got the bowl. Do you have a plan for the bowl? If not, I've got something flashy for you. If not,
I would get it. Well, the immediate plan is to get out of the immediate vicinity, like out of the council chamber, before Buzzilla can actually grab it off me again.
Okay, so you dart out of the council chambers and you fly up to the very top of the highest spire in the chambers, and you've got the bowl, and the chanting down below that Lorian and Sparkle have started kind of makes this kind of groundswell of sound. And Stockholm's voice above the sound just is like this sharp lance that rings off of the bowl, and this whole sound is just lifted up into that maelstrom, because you guys remember that storm was still around, the dark storm, and it was surrounding this building. So it's like right above you, and it just pierces like this shining lance into the sky, and there's lightning, and there's flames, and there's like the clouds like form the shapes of dragons and then just dissipate, and everything is calm, and all of the juvenile dragons of of the capital city, light their floating lanterns and lift them up into the sky. And there's fireworks, and everything is back to normal on this lunar celebration. Ah! And you win. You defeat the darkness. And what happens to Avarice? Well, that'll be for some other day.
Take that, Avarice. Oh.
Take that. And you guys have certainly earned enough XP to level up, so you could do that.
Cool.
So that is Epyllion. Thank you guys for playing. It's a fun. It's not too serious. It can be because it's got the darkness theme, and this was probably the most serious game of it that I've been involved in. But it doesn't have to be.
It was serious in some ways, but it had the goofy aspects. I mean,
yeah,
but that's kind of an apocalypse world mechanic almost.
What, the goofiness? Or
yeah, because any player can inject that. So
that's true. Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys for playing. I hope you had a good time. I apologize for us going over time.
Get the full book when I can.
Yeah, well, because you visited, but it's from for anyone watching still at home. It's from Magpie Games. The author of the game is Marissa Kelly. I think so. Yeah. The author of the game is Marissa Kelly, and it's a great, fun, very, and I have to say I really enjoy the friendship mechanic in it because it's so it's very party building in my opinion. One of the nice things about this game is also that it lends itself, if you're more into political style games, it actually lends itself very well to those.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It kind of reminds me in that friendship mechanic of another game. It was kind of a anime/Japanese themed. Golden Sky Stories, I think, was the name of it. That had.
Oh yeah.
Friendship.
Yeah. By Ewan McClooney. Yeah. I have that one too. I do all the Kickstarters. But yeah, that's another really good one for that kind of mechanic. So.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, thanks for running that.
Well,
yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for playing, and awesome. Crazy, wild, and awesome. And you saved Dragonia! Yay!
Yep.
All right, I'm going to stop broadcasting. Thank you. Thank you guys for watching at home. Appreciate it. And tune in for all the other contest events this weekend.